Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Tuesday, February the 24th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, 153. Thanks so much, Pepe, for stepping in right away. So you guys can hear me in both rooms. Wonderful. Now, this is so interesting. First of all, interesting. There's only one stock, 35%. That's the highest increased this morning, which is really rare. I mean, I know I've said this before, but many times we get stocks up 100%, 200%. So this is it's still fantastic for a stock to be up 35%. Don't get me wrong, but normally we see stocks a lot higher in the top position. But anyway, VIR. What's interesting to me is that it's an earnings play, but that's not really the reason. I think didn't they have? Oh, it must be the only reason. I thought it had something else. I thought maybe they had a positive drug reaction or something. I don't see it here. What I do see here, though, are there a ton of analysts who are piling into this. We've got Needham, we've got Raymond James, we've got J.P. Morgan. I'm just looking at the Morgan Stanley. I think we had J.P. Morgan. But we have a lot of analysts piling into this one with some pretty lofty price targets for VIR. But what's also interesting is that it did pop. They released earnings after hours. It popped up to 12.75, and it is okay. It looks a lot worse. I thought it was like down about $10 from the high, down $3 or so from the high. So let's see if 10 holds, because again, a lot of analysts are piled into this company with price targets of anywhere from 20 to 25, and that is, yeah, I thought so, PJ. I thought actually that there was some news, some other news on this one. Just couldn't see it, or maybe it disappeared. One moment, disappeared from my IB headlines. Okay, just give me one moment. I accidentally deleted my headlines. Oh, there it is. There it is also. Okay. So we're in 35% on excitement over its prostate cancer. Obviously, okay, so so there was some news also. It wasn't just an earnings play, wasn't just all the analysts. They actually had some bona fide news. Okay. Sorry, guys, just have to rearrange something. All right, so definitely be watching VIR all day. I mean, if it holds 10, it might have another run. On the weekly chart, let me look at a weekly chart. I want to see where it could go. I mean, obviously, there's a high up here, 1274 after hours yesterday. On the weekly chart, let's see, at the current price, the next high is around 1061. Now we'll have to see. The float is not high, not low. Actually, it's you mean Steve's entry point, right, Ozzy? Unless Andy has it also. But Intel is Steve's trade of the week by NTC. So what else? LRMR, and they have soaring on FDA's breakthrough tag for neurological disorder therapy. Okay, so that is the reason for L. Oh, okay, so both of them. So that is the reason for alarmers jump. Okay, so but when you look left, all these little areas that could stall, up 31%. Here's one that could be really interesting. Where are you? SGHC. This is an earnings play. Maybe not as interesting as I thought. Well, yeah, I mean, It has room. I mean, it's over the 200-day moving average. It's not a low float. I thought it would have been a lower float, 153 million in the float. So maybe not as interesting as I thought. I thought it had more room when I looked left, but I guess I must have been looking at another chart. But it had way more room looking left. This is an earnings play. I've seen this one quite a bit. FULC Fulcrum. This is an earnings play down. Now it's had a nice run actually, from $7 up to 9.46. Run as in the low of the day or the low in the pre-market. So it's had a nice pop. It is an earnings play. And you guys were talking about AMD. So if you want to play AMD a little bit differently, AMDL, these are two ETFs designed for AMD to go long. AMDL has way more volume, so I would probably stick with that. Yeah, I would stick with that one. The other one has about 200,000 shares. This is the big one. So if you thought AMD was going to continue to move higher, you could buy this. AMDL. Understanding though, if AMD, the stock, drops, say 1%, this will drop 2%. Okay, just so you know that, the risks. But if you think AMD is going to continue, there must be a short version of it. I don't see it, but I can short this at Interactive Brokers. There are shorts available. There must be a short version though. Just don't see it here. Would have thought I'd see it here. There's another one that might be interesting. Iova, there we are. Iova. This is positive results from the first clinical trial. Okay, so I mean it's early, but the next high on a weekly chart is 342. So it's very close to that. So the next high on a weekly chart is 433. So if you look at the weekly chart, it certainly has some room, and that's IOVA. And this is another one that's not a low float, 338 million, 17% up. That's a big move with that sort of a float. So it is an earnings play. It is an earnings play also. IOVA. There's actually a few earnings plays. I was wrong. Yesterday I thought this would be the end of it. This week, hardly any, but you know what? There's still a lot of earnings plays. And including HIMS, guys, HIMS, which is just getting clobbered again. HIMS, this is not a lifetime low, but HIMS earnings play. And of course, the uncertainty around their GLP-1 business still weighs. Yeah, I didn't see anything, no disasters this morning, William, that I could really find in terms of bios anyway. I do see you're talking about the WHR selling off recently. WHR selling off on the financing, and that's an $800 million public offering. Was the price determined? Was the price determined? I don't see the price of it. $800 million are they raising? Whirlpool. Okay. Just looking for the price of it. So this was the big one yesterday, guys, and there's one of the big ones yesterday anyway, IBRX, and there's certainly some continuation, right? Well, maybe not. A little bit of continuation. There's the high. It hit yesterday, 1105. Remember NCI? Remember NCI yesterday, guys? So down 15%. That was the big one from yesterday. Didn't quite take it out. I was gone by that time, but I thought maybe it was going to take out the high of the day and just really rip from there. Did not do that. Okay, so I never know how to understand those sort of financings in terms of but it's being knocked down because of the financing right now. So here's Playboy, PLBY. Where are you up? It is preliminary. This is not an official earnings release, I don't think. Yeah, this is a forecasting. So they're forecasting revenue, and that is PLBY. Beam is also an earnings play, guys. Beam, BEAM, is an earnings play released in the pre-market. Now it says $500 million, $500 million. Well, I saw the headline. I'm trying to load it now. Well, I can't, for whatever reason, it doesn't want to load, but there it is. $500 million strategic financing. Earnings play. There. $500 million strategic financing facility with Sixth Street. Okay. So that is the news on Beam. Earnings play plus raising money. Yeah, so some interesting ones, William, with the beat and raises. ALN, ALSN. No volume yet on it, but it released earnings after hours, so there's no volume on this one right now. Well, look at Bitcoin. Holy smokes, guys. As in getting smoked. Bitcoin now down to 60s, just under 63,000, down 1,500. I mean, is it really over? HSTM, okay, let's take a look at HSTM. Not showing up on my earnings plays, okay. HSTM. Well, that's why there was no volume, zero. That's pretty interesting. No volume at all. That's why it's not showing up. It has to have some volume. I wonder why there's no volume at all on a stock that released earnings after hours yesterday. Is it normal? I mean, it traded 704,000 shares yesterday. So, I mean, it does trade. That's really interesting. Yeah, IBRX just popped. Well, there's the high yesterday. Okay, guys, 1107 or so. 11, oh, actually 11, right at 11. Oh, this is another one. I forgot to mention this one. PVLA. Excuse me, a real expensive one. $115, up 30%. Oh, that's why. Very low float. Look at that float, $12 million in the float. And I think this is phase 3. Late stage study after rare disease treatment shows improvement in late stage study. I don't know what they're doing. Microcystic lymphatic malformations. Okay, it's a rare condition. So it probably doesn't have a lot of. I'm trying to see what any analysts in this one. Anyway, this is shortable for me. Now, I'd be very careful, of course, but it is shortable for me. 100, there's not very many, 45,000 shares. This one from yesterday, ALUR. Look what it did. Got right into the 200-day moving average. Right there. Look at that. A green line on my daily chart. That is the 200-day moving average. Got right into it. Stalled it. And now, boom. What's happening here? Here we go. Exercise of $3 million, $3 million in gross proceeds. Exercise of the warrants. So it's sort of a financing. So that knocked this down. Yeah, it's just, I hear you, William. Yeah, I mean, PVLA, it's just that float is so crazy low, but it's pulled back quite a bit from the high, 140, well, quite a bit. It got up to 146, and right it's down to 114, hanging over the VWAP. I wonder if there's probably in this one there was not an ETF for it. Okay, VIR is still hanging around the 10 level. Okay, so this one, okay, there was some news on it. Algorithms Semicab wins Coca-Cola India pilot program. Sorry, guys, I don't know. It's taking a while for these feeds to load. This is the headline I see. Okay. This is from Interactive Brokers. A little bit slow for some reason. There we are. So, but here's the deal, guys. Look at the 200-day moving average for RIME right there, sitting right on it. You know, a few days ago, it did get up to 450. It's a low float, 5 million in the float. So it's sitting right on that 200-day moving average. The next high looking left, a lot of room, 287. So if that news spurs some enthusiasm, you never know. Where did it got up to? Got up to 215 in the pre-market. So that is RIME, RIME. All right. Well, with the market down 800, the Dow down 800, the Qs were down a lot, the SPYs were down a lot. Let's take a look at, I was afraid to look at it, but let's take a look at financials, guys. XLF, see where they are now. Obviously, with that day yesterday. So, you know, getting further and further away from that 200-day moving average. And retail was getting hit yesterday. Okay, so it's still above the 200-day moving average. Healthcare was a little weak also. Well, actually, I'm wrong. Actually, healthcare had a green day, I guess. XLV. XLK, though. Technology stocks. So technology and, I mean, financials are below the 200-day. And, you know, now again, it's a rising 200-day moving average, but this is getting close. Consumer staples, nothing wrong with that one. Industrials, nothing wrong with that one. There we go. So discretionary. Discretionary is another major sector that's underneath the 200-day moving average now, okay? You know, it's been a rising 200-day, but there it is. So it's a little bit underneath the 200-day moving average. XLY, discretionary. Yeah, and look at the utility stocks, you know, with a lot of dividend stocks. a flight into these more boring type stocks. Material is still doing well. Transport is still doing not badly, and it's still above the 200-day moving average quite a bit. Hmm. VIR is now dipping a little bit more below the 10 level. Not short. Yes, it is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. It's just a kind of interesting reaction. A big pop, well, then all these analysts piling into this. $19 price target. Let's take a look at what time is it? 9:21. I have a little bit of time. Evercore, 18 to 20, from 12 to 18. Morgan Stanley, $24 target. It doesn't mean it's ever going to hit that, but Bank of America, so many of them. Bank of America, raising it from 13 to 17. Needham, 14 to 18. As I mentioned, Raymond James. I don't see the price target of 19, up from 12 for Raymond James. Anyway, a lot of analysts piling into this one, but it's not. It's a big pullback. I think it holds 10. It's got to hold 10. Ryan more highs. Yeah, yeah. So that whatever that means, a pilot program. What do they do? I guess I should find out what they do. Audio and video equipment manufacturing, consumer karaoke audio equipment. So launching pilot transportation program. Okay, I don't quite understand what they do. I'm looking at karaoke, singing machine, Pepsi Cola, or Coca Cola. Sorry, Pepsi, Coca Cola. Anyway, it doesn't really matter what they do. It's moving. Take a look at IBIT. Is there any support here for IBIT? So I guess this weekly, so 3 weeks ago, it got down to about 35,000. I guess that's when Bitcoin was about 60, 35,000. Excuse me, 35, 35, 13. So about 35. So right there, I guess that day right here, 35.20. All right, guys, it's 9:24. So what I'm going to do now is get my 9:30 layout up and running. So the first thing I do, as always, save my layout, file, save layout. And close all my windows. And let's see if there's anything I did not talk about from that previous layout. We had the top 15 up from yesterday's close. These are the top six. I think I've talked about them. I didn't talk about CLVT. I think this is an earnings play. I believe this is an earnings play, CLVT. Yes. Yeah. So this is an earnings play, guys. CLVT is actually an earnings play. So could it get interesting? Okay, so on the weekly chart, the next line on weekly chart is around 226. If you can take that out, 272. So I'd be looking at maybe the 226 mark to see if it could take that out. Could be one of these cheap, early moving earnings plays. I'm not saying it's going to last all day, but if it does take out 226, it certainly has some room on a percentage basis for CLBT. Yeah, and you can see it's the same thing on the basically the same on the daily chart around 260 or so. So yeah, I'd be watching that maybe from the open. Here's one that just showed up here. This is a SPAC, guys. HSPT. Did just show up. Okay, HSPT. That is a $50,000 promissory note with William Wang. Okay. AXTI, your OB AXTI is again almost at that all-time high. I have that one thumbnail, so I'm always aware of it. There's the all-time high right here. You can see the position in the lifetime range, 97%. So the all-time high is right up here. Yesterday, I'm sorry, 2 days ago. This is after earnings, got up to 30, just around 31. This is I mean, what a great business to be in, I guess. Who else is in this business? The competitors, it just doesn't. Well, let's see if IMOS. Maybe no. I'm looking for substrates. Yeah, I wish our competitors were way more zeroed in. LD, you made it into the room. Good. I mean, this is such a specialized business for this AXTI, this substrate. compound and single element semiconductor substrates. Did you guys hear that bell? The market's open, guys. Sorry. Did you guys hear a bell? Any chance? I didn't do that. Wow, that's the first time I've heard that. Okay, well, it snuck up on me. Well, let's have a great trading day, everybody. I mean, that was obviously on the open. I don't mind it, but it was obviously on the open. Typically, don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. Let's see if anything new is popping in here. So we talked about the alarmer or alarmer, LRMR. Okay, well, here you go, guys. It's a cheap earnings play, CLVT. Does have some room. And look at the daily chart. The next, I guess technically the next high is at 227, so it's almost there. The next high though is 257, so a little bit of room on a percentage basis. Is a real cheap earnings play. Well, guys, VIR is not doing it. Not doing it. It's really giving it. I mean, it's still up a lot. It's still up what 24%, but for whatever reason, it's really selling off. Even though all these analysts have piled in, it looked like it's an earnings play, and also they had some news about a prostate drug, and many analysts giving it lofty price targets. Excuse me. Doesn't matter right now. It doesn't matter. Where is there some support on this one? Like maybe the 9 level. That's what it got down to, 909 or so. Yeah, the SPY is nosediving though. Yeah, the SPY is nosediving. Opening 5-minute bar. Well, here's an earnings play, guys. Boom, not booming. It's moving down on earnings. BOOM. Ford is on the move here, guys. Ford, as in Ford. Even though, okay, here's what I'm reading. We're calling 412,000 SUVs in the U.S. Calling over 40,000 vehicles over battery failure. So I don't know if they're both related, but for whatever reason, the stock is popping, and that's Ford. There's that 680 level again, guys. I think the 675 level for the SPY was a real line in the sand, perhaps. Let's take a look at the SPY. Yeah, 676, 677. There's a bunch of weekly lows right there. Okay, so this is a SPAC. This is his, yeah. Be careful. I mean, there's no volume at all. And 27,000 shares have traded. This is one of these SPACs. But it is halted. Volatility halt, of course. Okay, so VIR, it had a big pullback all the way back to almost $9, and it is popping now. Let's see if it can get. Let's see if we can get that orange to turn blue. Little, but you know the what? The VWAP is right up here at 1047. Well, Ian, yes. Were you always Ian in the room? I sort of remember you. Sort of. Okay, don't take offense. Welcome back. You know, this is an earnings play. I have no idea why this stock is even around, but Bed Bath and Beyond, guys, BBBY is an earnings play, and you know, $8 well lowered. Piper Sandler lowering their price target from 10 to 8, still above, but yeah, I don't have no idea why this is still around. Larimer, guys, Larimer, LRMR goes through the VWAP. Now, to me, it's coming into, you know, be a lot of resistance between the current price and 415. Just looking at the daily chart now, it could explode right through this. Had some news, FDA giving them breakthrough therapy designation for. I'm not going to try to pronounce that for their drug. Not a low float, 63 million, not high, but certainly not low for L. Look at you know VIR. It had to pop up and then right back down. It's strange. Okay, Figment. Well, you've got room. I mean, it has room. It's been kind of beaten up. 28.43. Okay, that is the high of 2 days ago. Had earnings. Okay, guys, I'd be careful, but look at this PVLA. Really popping now, as William said. It's a cancer drug. Very low float, though, 12 million in the float. It's almost untradeable. I mean, look at the tax on $5 or so, but 121, 123. So you have a $2 spread right now on it, which you know indicative of a high price stock with only 12 million in the float. It is an all-time high. Iova at the highs, guys. So this is an earnings play. Yeah, Iova is an earnings play. Because if you look at the weekly chart, certainly it has room on a weekly chart, 433. Okay, on a weekly chart. Again, this is all early. What time is it now? 9:39. Whoa! Now look at the SPY. Okay, so we had you know, that looked fairly ominous. Remember, this was a red bar. You know, this blue bar that is well, this is now a blue bar. This was red. This looks like a continuation off the opening bar, but it has come right back up. So we're basically flat right now. Go figure. I would have thought the airline stocks would be crashing today because of all the cancellations, but nope. Here's Delta, DAL. Okay, sound SOUN guys. Let's see what's on the 810. If we could take that out, 838. A little bit of room for SOUN. If there's any news on this, launch the sales assist agent, bringing real-time agentic AI to retail sales floor. It'll never top Gemini for me. All right, cardio, CDIO. This has been a very active one, coming right into the 200-day moving average. See that green line on my daily chart? That is the 200-day moving average. So right into it. Well, if FSLY can somehow take out the high of yesterday, it would be maybe a bit of a stretch. It's about 40 cents, but boy, if it does that, it had earnings a few days ago. Reaction was very, very positive. Had some continuation, but a drop yesterday with most of the stocks yesterday. I'm going to put a price alert right around the high yesterday and see if it takes it out and has some sort of continuation into this area later on. Yeah, so the CLVT didn't quite do what I thought it might do. It only got up to here. I thought it might challenge this 257, maybe later. Well, VIR, has been all over the place, quite frankly. I mean, it's now challenging 10 again. I better put a price alert just over 10. The issue, though, would be also the VWAP would not be that far away. VWAP's around 1032, so I probably should put a price alert there too. See if it can, first of all, take out 10 and then the VWAP, and maybe just get going again. Well, okay, so it's over 10. Now, can it get to that VWAP area? Okay, wow, guys, this one is back. The BNAI. Remember this one a few weeks ago? Yes, it's true. It did get up to $85. And so there's the BNAI, low float. And let's see, where could it go? The next high in the daily chart is 25.25. Let's say 25.25. If it somehow crack through that, then the next high would be 30. So it's enthusiasm has come back. Not a lot of volume yet, only 411,000 shares. Oh, this is an earnings play, guys. This is not looking good. Okay, I didn't see this in the pre-market at all. FWRG. This is an earnings play, and it's just at that whole number. Okay. Now on the monthly chart, looks like there could be some support. 1290. Yeah, 1290 is a low there, and 1290 is a low there. So there were a couple of lows The low today is 1296. Yeah, so you can see what's happened, kind of, is that these lows right there, those lows right there have acted as support so far for FWRG. Well, I thought maybe this SGHC might have a run. It's an earnings play. I thought it might have a run though, but it was when we were looking at it, it was right at the VWAP. Sorry, the 200-day moving average, but nope. Another earnings play, guys. AS out of Finland. Out of Finland, I should have known that. I know the flag of Finland. Out of Finland. Okay, AS is an earnings play. It's down for the day barely. The high yesterday was around 42. Good volume, really good volume. 2.2 million, big float. Well, it'll disappear after a few seconds, Ian. I know what you mean, but it'll disappear after a few seconds. So I don't think there's a way to turn it off so it doesn't happen at all. I don't think so anyway. But it disappears after a few seconds. It's just trying to highlight it, make sure you know what's there. All right, guys, tandem on the move, tandem on the move. Earnings play from a couple of days ago. Nice day, continuation yesterday. Well, William Scan is producing, but some of them are just moving way too fast. I can't. Okay, here's one. Elan, guys, this is an earnings play. Okay, ELAN. This is an earnings play. Gotta watch this one. I want to see how well it holds 26. The next high looking left is 2608. On the weekly chart, that'll be the same. Monthly chart, I think there's a little 2683. So this could be, let's see how well it holds 26, okay? 26, so I'm definitely interested in ELAN, ELAN. God, the spread, 0621 now, just widened. Tough to commit. I mean, it looks like it wants to go, but that spread can be harrowing. Boy, tandem just absolutely ripped. The alert was at 28, 29.49 now. Wow. I have to take a look at this one. FULC 990 is the alert. It is still down for the day. Still down for the day. This is going to drive me crazy. I'm sure this is just going to rip, but I just couldn't get into it because of well, I shouldn't say I'm sure it's going to rip, but this is the ELAN. I just couldn't take it because of the spread when I wanted to get it. So this is what you're talking about, right? I mean, it'll disappear. I mean, just disappeared, Ian. I mean, okay, guys. I mean, keep an eye on VIR. I know we're talking about this one. Keep an eye on it. Is that 10 again? Is that 10 again? There's the VWAP right there, 1025 or so, 1045, 10. Depends on if you're using pre-market data. This is using pre-market. So 1025 is the VWAP. And the little buy flag there, it's on good, it's on blue. It pops through that. I mean, you'd think it might go on a bit of a run just based on first, it's an earnings play. Second, the prostate drug seems to be getting some favorable attention. And plus, third, lots of analysts are giving us big price targets, and ranging from 20 to 25. So I'm just kind of watching. I mean, it looks. Okay, give me a moment, guys. I'm very. Come on, pick up that VWAP. It's right at the VWAP. Again, right on that VWAP. Okay, that is VIR. Well, FULC guys took over 10. So far, the VWAP is acting as a bit of a resistance area for VIR. So I'm going to reset. Well, I've got my alert set just above the VWAP. And another alert there. Well, I didn't take the FULC. I was going to wait for a 10 break. It broke. I'm somewhat fixated on this VIR. Guys, I'm just concentrating on this VIR. I don't want to miss it if it pops through all this and goes on that run. It hit 12 or something in the pre-market. This is my 5-minute chart. It hit 1274 or so in the pre-market. So I don't want to miss it if it does have that pop through. It just has that kind of coiled spring feel about it to me anyway. I mean, the buy flag there, but the blue, but it's just struggling to get through the VWAP in a significant way right now. That's the VIR. The problem is I really have to kind of keep watching it. Normally I would just set a price alert and forget about it, but I mean, it could pop right through that. So that's why I do have a thumbnail on my other monitor, one of my other monitors. So, but now it's underneath 10. So I guess I'll forget about it for a while anyway. Maybe for the day. I don't know. It doesn't. It's surprising me that it didn't pop through that VWAP. All right, let's move on. Wow, that fulcrum really, that fulcrum really plowed through. You know, here's the Elan going. The spread is still not well. It's not bad now. This wasn't great when I wanted to take it. ELAN. All right, let's take a look at X-ray here. Just over the whole number. Has earnings coming up on the 26th. Just over the whole number. It has a little bit of room. 1342 is the next high looking left. Had some news extending or expands a partnership with Burkhardt Dental Supply to distribute full digital technology portfolio starting April the 1st. Well, there goes X-ray, guys. Now, BNAI, I think I had a price alert around the 25 level. Okay. Again, this is a wild one, but that float, 3 million in the float. 25.25 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. Ooh, this is a good one from our AI guys. I'm just noticing now XMTR on a short. This is a great one. XMTR on a short. Look at that. We had a re-entry. Missed that completely. 52.69. Hit the stop. And then you had a re-entry. So Ian, I don't know if you're just coming back from a while being off. I don't know if you got the re-entry column or if you can see that for the AI. Shoot. If I'm able to follow the AI, without being tugged in many different directions, this is sometimes all I look for. I forget the first alert. Don't care about it. I just want to see if there are any reentries. And do you understand how a stock gets a reentry? Okay. So for those who don't know, when you have the AI, a stock gets a reentry if the stock hits the stop at any price at any time during the day. So there was the original alert price at 51.92. There was the stop at 53.47. It hit the stop, and then again halfway between the original entry and the exit, which is 52.69, giving you an opportunity to, if you miss it the first time, or even if you took it the first time and got stopped out, you could have reshorted right here, or for the first time. I tend to, if I can follow it well enough, I tend to just wait for reentries. Never mind the first alert. Boy, that's a great one though. 52.69 to $45 now. How awesome is that? That's an earnings play. And even showing up in Williams can 47.30. Wow, that is just getting hammered down. You didn't really see this in the pre-market XMTR. Zometry, what do they do? AI powered marketplace. Popular ThomasNet industrial sourcing platform. Well, not so popular right now. Through the man, I mean, this is through the 200-day moving average. Ah, I see it. A CEO transition. Yes. Okay. So this guy, the co-founder, is becoming the executive booted to the executive chair. This gentleman, Mr. Singh, is taking over in July. Well, guys, that is why I do not anticipate that something is going to happen. Look at the VIR. I could have said, I'm going to take out that VWAP, and with all that excitement about it, basically three-pronged excitement, didn't do it. Hmm. Yep, we had the big. Remember now that blue bar here was really red all the way down here. Two big pops. Now, yeah, a bit of a local market. Yeah, I mean, I was a little bit interested in Fig. It looked like, but it was moving as with the market. Now the market's moving down, so is Fig. Okay, what is? Let's look a quick look here. We're at 10 o'clock. Okay, I'm going to go over my homepage, but I also want to take a look at the major sectors right now. So right now, excuse me, OIH, Oil Services, is the top sector. But where is silver? Okay, gold and silver, the two weak sectors today. Okay, of course, yesterday they were positive all day long. So gold and silver, the two weak sectors. Financials, I mean, not horribly weak, but still underwater a bit. Even energy is down. So it's interesting. Energy, again, not tanking. It's only down 0.6% from yesterday's close, but XLE is down, but OIH is up. Semis right now, top sector, semis. So I'm going to go over this a little bit later, but that's a quick glimpse at what sectors are the best one. Actually, I want to take a look at retail after retail got clobbered down yesterday. It was retail today, XLR, there you are, sorry, XRT. So bit of a recovery. Big down day yesterday, though. But the market, of course, was down a lot, but not every sector was. Boy, that XMTR, what a miss. What a miss. What a miss by me. Just horrible miss. All right, well, can't dwell in the past, so let's take a look at my homepage. Okay, so clicking on something happens in I'm trying to post things into YouTube and they give me this error message. Okay. All right, so if you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, here's how you can do it. You get 15% off, 15% off, first month only. Okay, first month only, or the entire year. So please listen carefully. First month only. You take out a monthly subscription. Nothing wrong with doing a monthly, but just remember the discount's only good for the first month. And of course, 15% off the entire year. So all I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, please use my code. Helps to keep these rooms free. Notice I said rooms plural. So if you're sitting in YouTube wondering what I'm talking about, there is another trading room right here. Okay. A lot more action, a lot more activity, interaction amongst traders. Also, this room is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. Thank you, Obi, for opening the room at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. I don't do it. I live in Vancouver, Canada, so a little bit early for me. So thank you, Obi, for opening this room then. And then this room is actually when I take off. I usually take off sometime between 2 and 2:30. I'll always stay later for questions. But when I take off, William, most of the time, I know not tomorrow. You've already told me that tomorrow, William, but most of the time we'll keep the room open after I leave, maybe till about 3:45. So on the big days, this is open from 6:45 to 3:45 Eastern Time, okay? So you can stay on YouTube if you want, but come on over here, a lot more action. And it's free too. Take out a scroll down a little bit more. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for the trade of the week right here. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And if you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. If you're taking out a subscription or wondering about the program, okay? Click on the education section, click on the more info, and getting started with trade ideas. First thing you must do, mandatory, if you take out a subscription, covers most of the key elements of the program. It's not going to make you an expert, but at least it covers the key elements. If you don't have trade ideas, start off with that second video, go to the end. Should give you a good enough idea about whether or not you'd like to try us. Okay, you can always try us. Month to month is you can unsubscribe at any time, even within the first month. You know, you'll pay for the first month, but you can always. But if you don't like it, just let us know, and we won't continue the subscription. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Back to basics. Free series of 15 videos if you're new to trading. Okay. And if you're looking for some of the scans and races, etc., that I'm sharing, if you click on that scan section, view scans. So here they are. So here is this race over here, the large cap gainers. This is a more volatile race. Okay, this race down here, movers to the upside versus movers to the downside. Two competing scans with very similar filters. They're showing stocks moving up with those filters versus the stocks moving down with those filters. Green up, red down. Okay, all real time. Just a different way of presenting our data. And this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actors up and pre-market actors down. Also zooms over here. I have other scans that I'm currently sharing. You can take a look at them. And you'll hear me refer to the Williams scan probably all day long. If you want, it's not on my homepage. I may add it, but if you want it, just let me know. Look at that Elan. I loved it. I didn't love the spread. Now, you know, you see, now look at the spread. Miserable. I mean, it's good. Only a nickel. When I was trying to get it, it was about 20, 25 cents. I just could not commit to it. Oh, I think this is halted on the way down, isn't it? CDIO, yeah, halted on the way down. So it's resumed now, but it was halted on the way down. How's that ANPA? So ANPA halted. Okay, so I'm going to display this screen here, this window. Okay, so this is the halts resume. So this is Interactive Brokers. This has nothing to do with trade ideas. Time and sales from Interactive Brokers. There's the halt price. You can't see the symbol, but it is the AMPA. There's the halt price. This column, trying to give you a little glimpse into the future as to where it could open. And typically they are 5-minute halts. So if it is a 5-minute halt, it's got halted at 10:08 plus 29 seconds. It'll open at 10:13 plus 29 seconds. If it is a 5-minute halt, they are typically, look at the, typically they are. So we'll have to wait and see. This number doesn't have to remain, but if you're in this one right now, you definitely want to see a number higher than your halt price. And usually the first halt, well, look what happened though. We're right back down to that halt price. So we'll have to see how it's going to open. Well, 160, I'm gonna make you sit in the corner for a while, okay? You didn't save, William's can from last week, so I'm gonna make you sit in the corner for about 5 minutes, and then I'll give it to you, okay? But, of course, I'm kidding. So here you go. Now, this is the don't repeat version of it, okay? Let me, I think this is the variation that I created. Let's see, what date was this? Yeah, so I'll give you this one. I mean, they're, you know, you can always, of course, adjust anything, but here it is, okay? So these are the alerts that have happened so far, okay? I hate to look at this one, XMTR. How did and even this one, this is one I thought might have a nice run, but it is now, what did it get down to? So anything in pink is a potential short, down to 10, over 10, then it's bouncing. This one is fantastic, but even better from our AI. Mm, good. Okay, guys, I'm going to look at the sector channel, okay? Because some of you, this might be the only way you use trade ideas. Okay, I'm not saying that's what you should do, but I want to present you sort of an opportunity to use trade ideas and probably in a different way than you ever thought. So I'm going to click on New from the toolbar, and then I'm going to click on Dock to Channel Bar, Dock to Channel Bar. What happens is these are all theme-based channels. I'm going to click on the Show More, go down to, I don't have to share this with you. This is part of the standard service. I'm going to click on the sector status channel. So what you're seeing here, this is a top list with some of the major sectors, okay? We don't have every single sector in here, but these are some of the major ones. So you can see right at the very top, we looked at this earlier, SMH, semis are up the most, 1.2%, okay? The 68% means that in this list of sectors, 68% of them are at least above yesterday's close. 31% are down. If you scroll down, remember we talked about gold and silver. I think silver has recovered a bit. Yeah, silver has recovered a little bit. So it's gold. Okay, and financials, XLF, still not doing much. But, so that's at a glimpse. You can see what the strong sectors are, what the weak sectors. There's home builders, XHB, home builders. So now we have 13 of these that are in here. We don't have every single sector in here, but we have 13 of them here, sort of the major sectors, I guess. And here's how you can take a look at the top stocks in a sector and the weak stocks. First thing to do, for instance, look at industrials. 82%. That means 82% of the stocks that make up XLI are above yesterday's close. Only 18% are down. So what's the top one? ROK, expensive stock, $402, but it's up 4%. Looking to see if it's an earnings play. I don't see that it's an earnings play, but also of interest, scroll down, look at EXPD, down 5%. So it's really bucking the trend of the industrial sector, EXPD. And this is an earnings play, okay? This is an earnings play. That's why it's down so much. Okay. Same thing with consumer discretionary. RCL, this is Cruiser, not an earnings play. Somebody was mentioning CCL earlier, so it's probably up with it. But also of interest, though, scroll down. I mean, look at so WHR. William says it's not quite an earnings play, but or not a. It's a financing of some sort. Okay, so there's WHR. So really running counter to the sector. 84% of the stocks that make up XLY are above yesterday's close. Not many are below, but look at WHR just getting hammered down. Okay. On the flip side, look at XLE Energy. Only 25% are up. So here's Schlumberger, SLB up, but again, scroll down. What's the worst one? Look at OKE down 5%. It's an earnings play. Okay. So you can see that some of you, this may be all you do. Take a look at the strong sectors, weak sectors, and maybe pick a couple and just follow maybe the strong stocks within and the weak stocks within. That might be something all you do. Look at retail, HZO, up 4%. Not an earnings play. Don't know why it's up. Looks like there's there's some acquisition interest for this one. Marine Max responds to Donerail Groups. It's an unsolicited. Anyway, I guess they've been talking to these people before, but that's why it's up. But let's take a look at the worst one in retail. I mean, look at this, EDS. I mean, it's a lot. That's a big drop. What's the float like? Oh, that's the reason. Look at Dillard's. How can Dillard's only have a 7.5 million float and it's a $581 stock? That's crazy. But it's down 10% and it's an earnings play. And here's Burlington, Burlington probably an earnings play, maybe? No. Urban Outfitters, down a little bit. It is an earnings play. It is an earnings play. Again, if you're wondering what I mean by an earnings play, any stock that released earnings after hours yesterday or pre-market today, for me, is an earnings play. I just can't believe the float, PJ. It's crazy. So anyway, that's how if you want, that's how you can use this. Now you can pop any one of these windows out, okay? But what I've done is I popped out the major sectors, these sectors. I popped out by doing this. I right-click in the body of it, and then duplicate. Sometimes it's going to say duplicate into free-floating window, okay? But duplicate, if I click on duplicate, and what happens is it'll pop out, and then it'll be free-floating, so that you don't have to, if you don't want to, hang in the channel all the time, but you do want to see what the top sectors are, and what the weak sectors are, okay? And you can incorporate this as part of your layout. That's what I do. That's why I can have a glimpse to see what is happening overall. Yeah, too bad. This is from this is another earnings play, guys. AHCO coming in the Williams scan, but when I'm looking left, I see lots of potential support. So I'd love to short it, but it looks like there's a lot of potential support. This has been a beaten up stock, guys. The Klarna Group out of I thought they were out of Sweden for some reason, but they headquartered in United Kingdom. Um, or Finland. I thought it was one of the Nordic countries, but maybe I'm wrong. 13.99 is the next high looking left. It's been beaten up at earnings a few days ago, kept falling after earnings, but they're trying to make a little bit of a rebound today. KLAR. So remember, guys, this is a trading room. Both of them are trading rooms, but they're both support rooms too. So if you do have questions, don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. I'll do my best to answer them. If I can't answer, well, first of all, I cannot answer an accounting type question, but I can definitely direct you to the people who can. Okay. All right. Now we're getting a bit of a bounce now for XMTR, bit of a bounce, and but will the VWAP stall it? Will that stall it on the way up? I'm not going to go over the races today at all, guys. If you want me, if somebody wants me to, I will, but I'm not going to go over the races. Just to say that interesting way to look at stocks that are moving the most within a 4 minute period, percentage wise. There's HYMC, of course, big silver play. I wonder if it's positive. So look at this. I mean, this is running counter. I mean, silver is still negative. So this is running really, yeah, I mean, silver is recovering, but SLV is negative for the day, but HYMC is very positive. HYMC, very positive. Look at that, up 4%. And if there's any, there was news yesterday after 4 o'clock. Sprott, 10% owner, acquires Highcroft Mining. How many shares was that? So they poured some money into HYMC. That was the news after hours. So there's an example of a stock within a sector. So even though, yeah, silver is trying to recover a bit, but it's still negative sector, but this doesn't care because it has news on its own. OIS, let's see, I saw this one yesterday. This was yeah, look at this, or 2 days ago. This had a big earnings release, and look at the reaction. Nice continuation yesterday, even though the market was down, and then another continuation today for OIS. Give me a moment, guys. All right. So what time is it now? 10:25? About an hour, I'll be taking a no, an hour and a half, I'll be taking a break. Yeah, so remember we were talking about this AHCO. We thought maybe there'd be some support. Look at that. I mean, it got right into this all these little lows on the weekly chart and bounced HCO. So that did act as support. You see, it got right into it. Okay, guys. Now VIR is sort of coming off the mat here. Got down to about $9, 9.75 now. I still have hope is not the right word, but I still have maybe the idea that it could get over 10 and maybe, later on in the day. Boy, look at this one. Remember, this actually was a long opportunity from Williams scan, and yes, it worked, but then look at this. So it really sold off. FLUC. Okay, here's one that's over the whole number. Let's take a look at this one. ADPT. This is not an earnings play. Ah, well, look, if it can somehow get through 16, what price is that? But 1642, not that far away. It happened today, but if it can take that out, you can see looking left, it has a lot of room, $18. Now, this was an earnings play, so that was a reaction to earnings getting hammered down. Or that was a short-lived bounce for FULC. This is an earnings play. Now, maybe it'll bounce again. Look at it's an earnings play. FLUC is an earnings play. Look at the 200-day moving average. Maybe that will act as support. Yeah, the actual number is, let's see, actual number, 864. Okay, 864. So we're getting close to that 200-day moving average. Maybe that'll act as support. Oh, don't worry me. The only reason I show the more expensive stocks is because they happen to be these are the ones that were from here. Okay, I don't trade the expensive stocks, but they were some of the ones in the sectors. Okay, I was just showing, pointing out like some don't mind, or some might maybe do options with them. Some of them might have an ETF. It's a lot cheaper. Okay, but no, I don't trade the expensive stocks. I usually have my max is usually, I mean, I would say about 50. I mean, I will trade a stock over 50, but Typ- typically though, most of the things I see are under 50. I don't do much in the pre-market. I am sort of hampered by my time zone. Okay, again, I live in Vancouver, and so if I lived on the East Coast, I'd probably do a lot more pre-market trading. But I'm a little bit hampered with my time zone. So it's not that I won't. But by the time, I get up and I'm looking, a lot of them have already had the big moves. So you guys are talking about Intel, okay, INTC on the positive side, or okay, actually, okay, so it is actually moving higher now. Okay, so it obviously did trigger. This was the trade of the week. Is the trade of the week? I think it was. I think the trigger was above Friday's high. So what are we now? Tuesday. We're only Tuesday. Okay, Tuesday. So that was Monday, and that was Friday's high. So 45.17. So it definitely. I know it triggered. Am I wrong? I thought I had to get above Friday's high. I thought it actually triggered yesterday a little bit. I thought it said it had to get above Friday's high, which is above now. So when you say you got burnt by Intel, I guess you were trying to short it, right? How many stocks do I trade a day on average? Probably only two or three. Okay, I even if I weren't doing this, I get tugged in different directions, but I probably only would trade two or three, maybe four stocks. Well, I like to see stocks that are near the high or near the low of the day and breaking out. That's kind of my style, as opposed to pullback plays. I've been waiting on the VIR now. Not that this will be a high of the day, but I mean, I will check to see if there's any news. This stock, I still have an idea that it might, if it takes out the VWAP, I might have a run. So that's what I'm kind of watching right now. Okay, guys. Now this is a wild and woolly one, right? BNAI. You got to be awfully careful. You're going to take this one. This is now at the high over here. That was 25.25, so it's above that high right now. Just remember, this is a very 3 million in the float. Very wild. The next high though is 30. And yes, a few days ago, yes, that is correct. It got up to 85. So I'm not telling anybody to take this trade, okay? That's that magic level right there, 25.25, guys. So all traders are looking at, of course, is what happened a few days ago. There's no reason. I don't think there's any reason why this is up. Okay. So give me a chicken right now, guys. Will this hold? Will this area hold? Not really, Chief. I really haven't noticed. Yeah, I really haven't noticed that. Well, I use trade ideas, looking for my stock story. Me, I have my scans that are adjusted to what I like to see. That's how, I mean, what you're seeing here. Now, not every stock here, of course, this is a very specific thing. This is a race, but I have other scans like Williams Scan, which generates ideas for me. Not there, and usually not that many, so easy enough to focus a bit. But that's I'm using trade ideas to generate ideas for me. I haven't looked at that closely though, Chief. Okay, because when I click on a symbol, yeah, I see here, and then I'm looking at my time and sales, in Interactive Brokers, and so I'm not really looking at the chart and trying to match the price I see. But I haven't seen, believe me, I have not seen a big difference. Okay, now every now and then we have a chart issue, but we have not had a chart issue for a while. I don't think that should be an issue, though, running parallels or whatever. Yeah, running parallels. I don't think that should be an issue. I've never heard that because I know there are people who use like an emulation program when they have a Mac. Give me a moment, guys. Ooh, again, a game of chicken. So, I mean, I'll just look at, BNAI. Okay, there's the last trade. Here it is, 25.76. There it is. I mean, I'm not seeing any. I don't, I'm not saying it'll be right, like maybe right to the penny or something, but I'm not seeing any wild difference. Just looking at and BNI is a a very wild excuse me, a very wild stock. So I'm not seeing any difference. Okay, guys, now listen, IBRX. This is at the high of yesterday now. High of yesterday, big day yesterday. Well, actually, it's had a nice run from 587, what 4 or 5 days ago. So it's almost not quite a double. Yeah, and so there's some price targets. I sort of discount Wainwright. They're kind of a wild card out there, but they've raised the price target from 10 to 15. Anybody else? Let me see if any other analysts are in this one. They had earnings, and it was obviously good yesterday. Okay, let's see how that XMTR. See what it did. It got into the VWAP area and then it dropped again. Didn't take it. Didn't take it. All right, what's the market doing? So the market is still pretty strong after that initial, 10 minutes. Okay, even though the second 5 minute period did end up going positive, but pretty bad though. But then we had the little downturn here, but now we're up again. So yeah, a little bit of chop in the market, but hey, up is up. Okay, go, go. You know what I'm talking. You know which one I'm talking about. All right, guys. So I've taken some off this BNAI. Okay, I had to hold my breath because I did not want to see it get down to that. It almost did. It almost knocked me out. Did not want to see it get back down to the 26 or 25 level, and it almost got back down there. So it popped over 26. The bid was over 26, so I've taken some off. And now see if I can hold on and see if this wave can ride this wave a little bit more. I think we got down to 25.33 on the bid, and I was saying, well, got down to 25.25. I was out. And that's one that I had to watch because it can be very volatile. So it wasn't a matter of just setting a price alert, and then I got stopped out. I got stopped out because it could have just crashed right through my stop. So I really had to watch it. And of course, I was hoping still that it might get a little higher, just because of that high over here, 30. So the market, so the Dow's up, Qs are up, SPY's up. Okay, so there's no disconnect between the value and the growth stocks. AXTI, my guess, all-time high. Yep, all-time high now for AXTI. Does anybody have any idea about a competitor? I mean, I know we can look here, but I just don't see. I'm looking for something like specifically, making substrates. I just don't see all-time high, AXTI. Yeah, come on, hold 26 for BNAI. Hold it, hold it. Price alert. Oh, wrong stock. A little price alert above. See if I can induce it upwards. All right, so the races, I'm going to see. So this ANPA, last time I looked, it was halted on the way up. See how easy it is, guys? All you have to do is put a price alert and it'll move for you. So before Pepe admonishes me, of course, I'm just kidding. Okay, if it were that simple. All right, okay, but that's all I'm doing. It's silly, okay? I'm just putting price alerts here. It's silly, but well, let's see how close I can get to 30. See, I'm riding that wave. I took some off of the 26, which allows me to hold, a little bit longer than I normally would, and just see if I can ride it a little bit more for the BNAI. Okay, why not? Put a price alert at 27. Well, made my day. And there's no news. I don't think you're going to find any news on this one. So what part of the state says vehicle? I can say this is just a trading vehicle. What part of the state says that? Vehicle. No, you don't. You do not say that. You don't say vehicle, you say vehicle. You pronounce the H? Really? No, okay. I didn't think so, but all right, guys. Okay, now this is turning a little more even more exciting. See, riding the wave, guys, riding the wave. There's no way in the past I'd still be in this stock. So again, guys, if you don't have the wave on your chart, it's part of the standard service. I would encourage you to add the wave. Well, now that I have Gemini, I don't need Pepe anymore. So I'll always need Pepe. All right, guys. All kidding aside, what time is it now? 10:52. So a little over an hour. I'll be taking off for about an hour. Steve Gomez will take over for me in our YouTube room. He'll do double duty this week. He'll be here Tuesday and Thursday in our YouTube room, taking over for me. Isn't it awesome? Seriously, FinFan, isn't it awesome? Wow. XMTR, after that pop up, now it's another leg down. Wow, XMTR just making another leg down, guys, after that little pull up here and just made another leg down. Another, boy, I don't know what they said, obviously. Well, I don't know if this was a planned ouster, if the CEO decided to pack it in, or this was planned. It's interesting too because it says their Q4 topped, but maybe not enough. Offers guidance, but maybe the guidance was poor. Revenue came in 192 versus 183 estimate. I don't know. I mean, it's maybe it's just because the CEO is leaving. I don't know. I mean, it doesn't look that bad unless they really guided poorly. Because this is getting thumped. 24%. Pretty low float too. I mean, 43 million. Okay, how do you display not your local time? Okay. So I don't know if you want to do this, Len. I live in Vancouver, as most people know, but I live in Vancouver. So I'll show you how you don't have to do this. But what I've done just to make things so easy, so I can have my brokerage platform, trade ideas, and my computer clock all the same. I've actually changed my computer clock to Eastern time zone. So everything is Eastern time zone. Okay. But if you don't want to do that, if you go to tools options, if you haven't done this already, this should work for you. If you go to the time options, so if you don't want so that's why it can say local time, even though I'm in Vancouver, but my computer now is set to Eastern time zone. So I can say local time, but you should be able to just go Eastern time zone then for trade ideas. Okay, your time options. Okay, Eastern time. You should be able to do that. Have you tried you have changed the okay, so you have tried that? You have changed it to Eastern Time? And that didn't work? Really? Did you save it? Hmm. It should work. I mean, that's the whole idea of it, you know? Because I used to. I didn't always have my computer on Eastern Time Zone. Yeah, did you restart? Maybe that's it. See, I was gonna ask Gemini, but okay, Pepe. Did you restart? Maybe you have to restart because it should work. You should be able to pick Eastern Time, okay? So if you didn't restart Trade Ideas, maybe that's it. As Pepe is saying, you have to. There's not like, well, maybe you have to. You do have to, okay? Did you save it? Okay. When you exited Trade Ideas, did you save your work? Because every little, it's not a little change necessarily, but everything you do, you have to save. Okay. Well, work, you have to save your layout, or at the very least, when you exit Trade Ideas, if you click on File, Exit, and it's going to ask you, do you want to load this layout tomorrow or the next time you load Trade Ideas? If you say yes, then everything you've done will be saved. That's the very least you should do. Okay, so that's possibly why it did not get saved. Okay, and I am right though, right? Pep and I am right that if you just have to go to options and just check and just Eastern Time Zone. It doesn't matter what your computer is, what it's set for, and then save it. So it'll go. So Trade Ideas will be in the Eastern Time Zone. I like it. Pep and I. Okay, guys. Well, that was not a bad little trade for the BNI, but I'm out of it now. You see what I'm just going to show you what happened. Where is it? No, it won't erase. So, and more than likely, yeah, I didn't. I thought it would have turned orange, but you got to be careful. I mean, yes, in theory, I should be still following the wave on this one. It hasn't technically turned orange, but you have to have in something like this, which could just drop like $1 in a half a second. I just wanted to be secure. So, the minute it got down below, right at the 27 level again, I decided to get out of it. I may look at it again if it takes out the high, because it would still have some room. Really? So tools. What's your time zone? Just out of curiosity, Len. Time option. So selecting Eastern time for trade ideas is not changing everything to Eastern time. UK time zone. Really? Okay. It shouldn't. It should not matter. Eastern time. And that's the whole idea of having all these different time zones to pick from. Well, Pepe, any idea? Or is that something because it's outside North America? I mean, it shouldn't matter. What is your, but what's your computer? Oh, you had to start the new chart window. Okay. Okay, good. I've been living in two time zones for so long now, Pacific and Eastern. All right, guys. Well, let's see. Time is it now? 11:02. So in about an hour, I'll be taking a break. So what's next on the radar? So William Scan for me is a watch list. Okay, so there could be, and so if it's in green, that was an idea to go long, but doesn't necessarily mean that that's going to be ultimately that's what I'll do. So I'll use these like watch lists, like anything I see here. It's a watch list. I don't get too many. That's why I got the don't repeat, just to let you know. You can have, so if you want this scan, you can have it, but this is the repeating version. So what happens is, I'm only going to see the stock one time in this scan. So I can go back in time and say, okay, what happened from that original alert? There's the price. On this particular one, the alert was at 10:18 Eastern time. And here's the price. So I can go back in time and I can click on it and say, well, what happened from there? So here's the XMTR. Notice how I see it over and over and over again every time it made a new low. But I'm only going to see it the first time here. So again, I can go back and say, okay, well, obviously the alert at 47.30, pretty awesome. 42.48 now. Okay, so that's how I like to see it, and then I can use it like a watch list all day long because it could be setting up different ways. Could even be setting up, even though in green it's an opportunity to go long, but who knows? Maybe I'll go short. Maybe if it takes out the VWAP here, maybe Glob turns into a short for me. It'll be a little more extreme for you in the UK, but it just makes it so easy. You know, Freaks my wife out sometimes when she's at a meeting to go to. She's at home, and I say, "Okay, well, guys, it's noon," and she goes, "What?" It's only 9 o'clock our time. Well, I guess I should have held on to the. That's okay. You just have to be careful on something like a BNAI, which at one point got up to $85 not that long ago. How long ago was that? That day was January 28th. So what are we now? So a little less than a month ago. Or, yeah, a little less than a month ago. Yes, it did get up to $86. So, and the next day down to 49, and then down to 14, 15. But in theory, had this been a little, had I not seen the history, it's very possible I would have kept. The only thing is that for me, how people. Well, I'll show you how I use the wave. It's not a matter of seeing the buy flag. Though obviously, if you see the buy flag and you like it there, not just because you see a buy flag, but maybe a little confirmation. Boy, I mean, you take it right there at 21, and you ride. But the minute some of these bars, now it's on a 2-minute chart, okay? So when the bars start to pierce into the wave, and especially if it gets down below the bottom of the wave, that's when I would take some off. Okay, and then you can hold on. That's how I use it. There's no, there's no video on that. It's just the way I've looked at it. But I love the wave. It just gives me a nice visual presentation, and it's all about crosses, EMA crosses, EMA and SMA crosses. I don't get too into the why the wave looks like this. I just accept it. And you can see, depending on the time frame you're using too. In the 5-minute wave, it's still been very positive. The 2-minute wave, a little more choppy, but on the 5-minute wave, you'd have to have a wider stop, which is okay. My guess, if I looked at a 1-minute chart, see how that turned blue? Just a little bit of blue here on the 1-minute chart. So well, going without me now. See, I guess I just should have. Well, no, obviously I should have kept it, but that right there, I'm surprised it didn't turn orange right there. But so when I So this is what I would do if depending on the time frame you're using, and you start to see, it's starting to curl down. If you start to see it curl down, but it still is in the, say, the blue is like the strong trend. I would go to a lower time frame just to see if it has changed. Why are your charts so small, Paul? Ah, well, you only need one though. You don't have to have. You only need one chart. With the wave. I mean, I have the screen space, so I mean, I'm doing it. But notice I don't use the wave on the monthly, daily, and weekly. But if I only if I would probably if I had a problem with screen space but I wanted one large chart, I would probably use it on the 2 or the 5. I wouldn't have to have them both. Because a common question is, how do I know when to get out of a trade or take some profit? It's a common question. I just find the wave really helps. And tomorrow, Dan Merkin, the CEO from Trade Ideas, will start his own YouTube stream. Okay. And so, keep hammering at him. Okay. Because what we really want is to be notified when you get a buy or sell flag with your own scans. Well, the fatter the okay. Personally, I like a thin wave, okay, because then it hasn't gone too parabolic. I mean, obviously, if you're in way early and it goes parabolic, fantastic. But it helps you keep in the trade. For me, anyway. If in this case, it's just because of the history of VNAI. I mean, in theory, I should still be in it. But when the wave is narrower, for me, it helps me keep in the trade a lot longer because let's face it, when it gets fat, then it means more than likely the bottom of the bar is not touching the top of the wave anymore. Yeah, thin is less volatile. Yes. Okay. Thin is less. Hello, Carpe, in our YouTube room. Thin is less volatile. It To me, it just helps me keep in the trade because the minute it gets volatile, you know that some people are going to start to get out of the trade, in my opinion, anyway. And especially if you start to see, this has been pretty good. I mean, quite frankly, even though it can be a very volatile. But when you see say the bottom of the bar or candle, if you're using candlesticks, not in touch with the top of the wave, that to me is a bit of a warning sign that there are going to be people probably going to take some profit. Now, if you're in early enough, it won't bother you. But what if you were in here, like I was, okay? If I'm here, I'd probably stay, maybe he'd be in this all day. Out of the way, well, you can just see. I mean, let me see if I can find one. Yeah, I mean, this is ugly. I mean, and I also the lower price stocks, especially low float, lower price stock, probably you're going to see a lot more choppiness in the wave. Um, the higher price stocks, this is. this is not bad. Okay, a little bit of a jog down, but basically fairly steady. There was a little pullback here. So if you'd been in it here, you probably could take some profit here, but not before. I would have been out of the. If I had been in this one right down here, I would be out of my entire position right here, more than likely, as I saw this. Okay, but what this allows me to do is, yes, get out of some and then hold on. And if it turns orange, then I'm out. This is how I use it. Okay, I mean, this is what over the course of a few months using this. This is how I use it. But again, tomorrow when Dan starts his YouTube stream, keep hammering at him. Dan, we want this buy flag. We want to be notified in our scan, our own scans, when you get a buy flag or a sell flag. Now, just because that would happen, it would not necessarily mean you're just going to pile into the trade. But at least you want to be notified. Notified meaning this. Okay. So let's say I have here's my alert window. So here is a summary of what it's looking for. Okay, so if all these filter values are met, it doesn't really matter what they are, but if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day or new low for the day, we get a real-time alert. But what I'd also like is with all these filter values met and the stock and we get a buy flag or a sell flag, I want to get a real-time notification of that. So in other words, like a real-time alert on the buy or the sell flag. That's what I want. We can't do that yet. And it's been asked many, many times. Okay, so well, it doesn't mean the shorter the time frame, it's better. I mean, it just whatever time frame you're comfortable with. But I mean, look again with the BNAI. I mean, sure, it's straight up, but then you're going to have a wider stop. But look how it got pretty fat here, still pretty narrow here. So if you get on a lower time frame, a nice narrow, just think of what that really means. Never mind if you had the wave on a 2-minute chart. Usually things are pretty choppy, right? Well, if you get a nice narrow trend on a 2-minute, that makes it a lot easier to keep in the trade, in my opinion. I'm just using BNAI because I have it on here. Because remember, usually on the shorter time, let's look at it on a 1-minute chart. Still pretty good. I mean, a little bit of a piercing here, but even on a 1-minute chart, that wave is still pretty narrow as opposed to really expanding. So I don't, it's not necessarily better. It's just if it's just right now it's awesome, but I'm not in it. I'm not in it anymore. I would still be in this had I not been influenced by what happened earlier. Well, earlier a few weeks ago. So, Carper, did you have a question? You said hello in our YouTube room. Do you have a question? Yeah, whatever time frame you're comfortable with using. I mean, if I want a 15-minute time frame, I'm sure this is going to be green or blue the whole time. But you can see how fat it is, okay? And you can see right there. Look how it's lost. It's not touching. It's not touching anymore. Depends on the time frame you're comfortable with. Yeah, you can start with a 5 for sure. Just see. I mean, okay. Now I would ask you. Okay, maybe change your name or shorten it. Okay, I Ingles News, Le Burger from. Okay, maybe just change your name. Okay, It gets a little confusing when you see something like that, but hello. Okay. You just go back into the, you can just change your name, right? It got out of hand a few months ago. People were having names that basically filled out the entire, I mean, they were amusing, but it got a little out of hand. Okay. But welcome to the room. Okay. Welcome to the room. Well, it's okay now. I mean, it got a little out of hand a few months ago, but I think it's pretty good now. All right. So William says he's going to keep the room open to 3:45ish today. So even when I leave, sometime probably between 2 and 2:30, or later if there are questions. Um, Look at AXTI, guys. This is no. I wish I were more of a swing trader. This is one that all-time highs, just super strong. Seems to be, what a very interesting sector it's in, the substrate sector. Just, all-time high. Okay, that is more reasonable. Okay, that's a little more reasonable. So hello, anyway. Okay, guys. Now I had a price alert for FSLY, and I had the price alert set at the high of yesterday. So I would keep an eye on this because it's at the high of yesterday. It had a great reaction to earnings a few days ago. That was on February 12th. Had a nice run until yesterday when, most stocks were down yesterday. But now the market is up again today. It's right at yesterday's high. If it maintains that, then the next high looking left, it's got a ton of room, almost 20. Maybe Carpe can heal me. Yeah, heal me. Hear me. So let's take a look at BNAI now, see if it has changed. Now, you see here's what I would do. And if I were still in this one, I'd be looking at this little downturn. See how it's moved down below the low of the wave. So at that point, I would look at a 1 minute to see if it actually has transitioned to orange. And you get the little sell flag there. Okay, so it's starting to transition. Okay, it doesn't mean it's going to completely give it up. But now, if you were still in this one all throughout this, for sure, I'd be taking some off. Okay, just tagging along. Okay, just wanted to make sure you didn't have a question, Carpe. This is from our YouTube room. So you see what I did there, Poe? So again, if you'd been in this one on the 2 minute, and then you start to see a little curve down on the 2 minute, I would. So you're going to use a 5 minute. You would use a 5 minute, and then what I would do is maybe look at a 3 minute chart to see if it's curving down. Now look at that. I mean, that's about as nice a presentation, a visual presentation of using the wave as I can demonstrate. Really. Well, I start off in the 2, yeah, but if and I'll the 5 is a little more confirmation, but if I only had one time frame, I would probably use the 2. But don't let me dissuade you, you can use the 5. All depends, listen, there were years when I first started trading, all I used was a 2-minute chart. That's how I was sort of quote unquote taught. I didn't have any other time frame. I had no monthly, weekly, daily, no other intraday. And then you guys have been in the room long enough. You remember for years, all I had was a 15-minute chart. I just had a 15-minute chart. I had the higher time frames, but my intraday was only 15 for years. Then I went to a 5. I can't remember why, but once we got the wave, once this, which was added, I don't know how long ago now, about a year ago, I decided to take a look at it too. Okay, RPGL. Let's take a look at this one. This was halted and resumed. Okay, guys, this is an earnings play. Okay, this could be a sneaky good one all day. I mean, HLX. Let's take a look at a monthly chart. Well, 1095 is the next guy. What's the float? Big float, pretty big float. It's an earnings play. Released earnings after hours yesterday. Was that a split today? Okay, thank you, Obi, RPGL. It might be too close, though. It might be just too close. I mean, there's the high is 1089 or so. Or 1097, 11. I mean, if I thought it would get right up to 11, I would take this, of course. So, hello, my name is AI. So, if you're going to talk about a specific stock, you can go into the specific stocks. Okay, you'll get more attention there. That's okay. Form. Let's see. Form factor. Yeah. Well, above the VWAP, 9972. So it's above the VWAP, above that, pretty psychological number to get through, 100. Now, for those of you that we do have a scan for the trade wave, okay, but you cannot make any adjustments whatsoever. So let me show you where it is, though. So if you click on new from the toolbar, you see where it says Market Explorer window. Click on Market Explorer window, and then this box will pop up. My Market Explorer strategy will pop up. Right click in the box and hover over select strategy, and then a whole bunch of these pop up. Don't ask me I don't think anybody uses them, but trade wave, go down to trade wave, the box pops up, and then the trade wave by 5 minutes. So this is actually a scan where you will get a real-time alert. Well, the candle has to close. Okay, it does have to close, but here, for instance, at 1020, let's take a look at what it looks like. EVR. So you see the buy flag right there. Okay. Now, does it mean you are going to just pile into the trade? Not necessarily, of course. If it meets your, if it looks like something you want to trade, okay. But you will get an alert, and you can see it's basically every 5 minutes. So the candle has to close, because what can happen is, let me let me get HD here. Oh, but you cannot adjust this. In other words, you cannot say, okay, oh, this is the price range I want. This is the volume I want. Now, typically the volume is going to be fine. This volume represents, of course, the volume of the bar itself, and this relative volume is actually the bar of itself. Okay, so but usually the volume is going to be fine. I mean, this is maybe a little light, the 10, 226,000, but okay, but all I'm saying is that you cannot make any adjustments, and you can't change the time frame. So you can see where we'd like to go, allow people to create their own scan with their own time frame, and say, give me the buy, give me the sell flags. Probably EDSA. Really haven't been looking at the cheaper ones the last little while. Looks like, to me anyway, it looks like it could be it at around the 150 mark. And there are some shares, 15,000 shares, 154 times normal volume. Okay, it's phase three. Didn't really see this in the pre-market. So had some news. So at least it had some news. Look at this one. I mean, this way. Can you guys see this one? Look at this on a 2 minute chart. This is so beautiful. DRS. Look at the wave. Look how narrow it is. The only time, if you'd been in this one, seeing the buy flag here, and you liked what you saw, it's an earnings play, and you like what you saw. We get in here, and right here is where you take some off. See how it's piercing the wave? And so at this point, you probably take some off, but not everything, and just hold on and then keep riding the wave. Look how narrow that is. I mean, that's about as good as it gets, keeping you in the trade. I mean, it's too late now. Well, I don't even know it's too late now. What's the high over here is 43.25, so it's above that high. The next high in a monthly chart is 45.70. Yeah, 45.70 or so. Actually, 44.19 is the next high looking left on the weekly. So, to me, it may stall around the 44 mark. But that's a great example, taking a little bit of profit, but not getting out of everything. See how the wave kind of, you know, got a little more wide here, and then once that people probably took some, and then it just settled down. And look, on a five, if you were on a five, you could have stayed in the entire trade. But your stop is wider. That's all. Yeah, Obi, I I'll click on that later. Psalm 27. Okay, you too. So are you talking about that scan, Len? The one I showed? Because it's only on a 5-minute time frame. It's only on a 5-minute time frame. I mean, you can take a look at it on a 2 or 3 or something lower, you can, but it's only that scan is only on a 5-minute time frame. Okay, so you cannot adjust it. You cannot see it on a 1 or 2. Yeah, the theory being is that the candle, if you get the alert, the real-time alert, okay, the problem can be this. It has to wait for the candle to close because within the 5-minute period, it could be, let's just say on this one, I'm going to point right here on this candle. You can see, I don't know why the pointer doesn't, but anyway, so the candle could be blue, 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 but then remember now it's a 5-minute candle, but blue after 2 minutes, and then all of a sudden it starts to drop, okay, within the 5-minute period, and it's no longer blue anymore. I mean, I'm using blue as green, okay, positive, and so that's why it has to wait for the candle to close to make sure it maintains that color, okay. But what that means though, sometimes, what if it's a very wide candle? So you're looking at that going, well, wait a minute, I would have liked to seen the alert earlier. It's a very wide candle. Well, you just have to deal with that. This candle 43.29, and the bottom here is 42.75 as an example. So I mean that might be too wide, but it doesn't mean that maybe the next candle may be a little pullback. It's just alerting you that the trend has changed. It all depends. It all depends on the price. DRS was. I mean, yes, it looks like that one was, but you can also see how fat this is. If you had the got the alert here, here's 43.19 and 43.30. I mean, that's not bad for $40 stock. Now, do you know how to add it to your charts? You know how to get the does that people want to know how to get the wave onto your chart. So Washington, are you talking about the blue wave? It's part of our standard service, okay? Part of the standard service. So just to show you how to get it. Now you have to be using what we call our browser-based charts, okay? So if you right-click on a chart, if use browser interface is not checked, and this is generally okay for every. Talking to Washington in our YouTube room, but if you have to be using the browser-based charts. So again, if you right-click on your chart and that's already checked, then don't it's just a toggle on and off. I uncheck it, see what happens. So I right-click use browser interface. Okay. So that's the first step. Now the wave, if you've never added the wave before, the wave will not appear. Now, all you do is now, hopefully what happens when you're using the browser based charts, when you do that, you should see these icons on top and there's a little anchor icon To the left of it are the indicators. So it's not in the indicators menu, Len, okay? It's up here. It's here. So it's not here. So you've got to, so when you click on use browser interface charts, this little icon hopefully appears, and when you click on it, one of the options is trade wave. Now that's going to be trading, that's going to be changing to Wave Rider in the next build. Okay, but you click on trade wave. Now, when I click on it, this is a toggle on and off also. So when I click on it, my wave is going to disappear because the wave is already, I pointed it with my finger. The wave is going to disappear because, you know, the wave was already on my chart. So you click on that icon and click on trade wave again, and now the wave will appear. Okay. Now here's how you can make adjustments. I haven't changed anything. So don't ask me what to use, but to the right of the trade wave, there's little icons there. You click on it. Here is how you can make adjustments if you want. This is what I'm basically using, okay? This is the fast EMA is 5 and the slow EMA is 12, and it'll be in blue. Okay, now don't ask me, well, you know, why are you using, this is the default. I haven't made any changes at all. But, you know, here, if you have any, you have a different idea about what you want to see, it is all customizable. Okay. But again, I haven't made any changes. And these are all about crosses. 5 EMA fast with a fast EMA crossing the slow EMA. So you get a buy flag, I guess, on the cross up, a sell flag on the cross down. Okay. Now, as far as, so that is how you can add the wave. And you have to do it in every chart. But once you've done it once, save your work. Okay, so you don't have to do it every day. You don't have to do it every day. Just make sure, you know, you save your layout. Now, when you say, is there any alerting, so Washington, any alerting system? Well, are you a member? Are you a Trade Idea subscriber? So the scan we're talking about only, yeah, from new and Market Explorer window, and then this scan, whoops, this scan here is only developed for the that's the only one that you can use if you're looking for a scan right now, okay, a 5-minute. But of course, you know, it'll show up. The buy flags and all that will show up on any time frame. It's just not, you're not going to get an alert for them. I should also, what I should do also, you want a little more detailed explanation about the wave. If you click on new from the toolbar, click on new from the toolbar, and then click on dock to channel bar, and this theme-based, these are all theme-based channels, and one of them is called Ripster Rippers. Okay, if you click on the Ripster Ripper channel, there will be a video that will pop up. Now, if you don't see the video, okay, it might be behind the channel. Mine popped up on my one of my other monitors. But you can watch this video, watch and listen to this video, and this will give you an idea about, you know, what it's all about. Okay. And these are actually some scans, I suppose. I've never used them. Don't ask me what they mean. You know, the 512 curl down, the 34 EMA pullback. I've never used them, but you know, you click on them and see what's happening. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, okay. So a general answer to your question, Washington, yes, you can find stocks that are moving. Yes, that's the whole idea of Trade Ideas. You can design scans for yourself that combine different filters. So, for instance, you know, this is a scan that I've got here. I'm just going to demonstrate this for Washington in our YouTube room. So this is the idea of Trade Ideas. You know, I mean, you can create your own set of parameters. So in this particular scan, I'm looking for stocks between $2 and $50. 500,000 shares have traded on average over the last 10 days. This is a very powerful filter that we've got. The current volume has to be at least 8. That means it's got to be trading at least 8 times normal up to this time of day. Now, if you have no trading experience at all, I mean, this is, I can show you. There's a series of videos you can take a look at, but so because you might say, well, how do I know what filters to use? Well, again, that'll be up to you. I am sharing a lot of these scans, but if I keep going here, the volume has to be at least 300,000 shares. The volume in the last 5 minutes had to be at least 250% of normal, etc. Okay, so the whole idea here, if all these filter values are met and a stock makes a new high of the day or a new low of the day, we get a real-time alert. So these are stocks that are certainly moving. So for instance, if you look at this, and here was the first alert for XMTR at 47.30 to short idea. Anything in pink is a short idea. So, from 47.30, what did it do? Well, at one point it got down to 42.50, $5 move. I'm not saying they're all going to be so dramatic, but that's the idea, okay? So you can create your own scan with your own set of parameters. Your price range you like to trade, your minimum volume you like to trade. If you're going to intraday trade, a very powerful filter we've got is this relative volume filter, because if you're going to intraday trade, you want to see stocks trading abnormally, right? You want to see the stocks that are trading abnormally. You don't want to get into it. So some people say, well, I only want to see stocks trading 1 million shares a day. Well, what if 1 million shares a day for that stock is normal? Why would you want to see it, right? But if it's trading 2 or 3 or 4 million shares a day, then that's what you want to be drawn to that stock. Doesn't mean just because you get an alert in your scan that, okay, you just pile into the trade, but at least it whittles down the universe of stocks down to a manageable number of stocks to take a look at. Now, how the race works is that, it'll show you. Now, this is a large cap race, so what that number beside the DRS means is that it won 4 races today. So a very EDSA won 8 races today. So these are stocks that probably should be followed all day long to see if they're setting up for your style of trading. It automatically creates a watch list for you of something to focus on, of the top 10 stocks. Well, the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. And what the race does is that it takes what that 7.9% means is that since the start of the race, I'm running a 4-minute race, 2 minutes ago, so we're 2 minutes in, this stock has moved the most. Okay? It's moved 7.9%. But look what happened. Obviously, it pulled back. Okay? It pulled back because it's not up 7.9% anymore. So that's the whole idea of, it's like any other race. You're going to have a jockeying for the top position. At the end of the race, a winner is declared. But you can click on any stock you see in here and see what's happening. Look at Sava. I mean, this might be a stock that some of you say, wow, I like that. I like what's happening. It's coming out of a little pullback, a little break, some volume coming in. Maybe I want to take it. I wouldn't take it because look what's on top. There's the 200-day moving average. I personally wouldn't do it, but if you have never traded stocks before, okay, you might want to do something like this, Washington. A moment. If you go to my homepage, I put my homepage link in. Just click on it. No, there are a couple things you can do, okay? One thing I would do is, first of all, I would go to the education section, okay? Go to the education section. And if you want to find a little bit more about trade ideas, what it's all about, okay, getting started with trade ideas. These are 12 short videos. You don't have to do the login because you don't have the program, but I would start off with the second video and go to the end. They're very short videos, so you'll have 11 of them. That'll give you an idea about what trade ideas can do, number one. Number two, if you're not used to trading stocks or trading at all, you can take a look at this back to basics. And this is all free, 15 videos to take a look at. Okay? So the first thing to do before you take out a subscription, I go over this. This is what you do if you take out a subscription, mandatory, okay? But if you don't have trade ideas, I'm always telling people, well, before you would take out a subscription, if you don't know anything about the product, you should do this to have an understanding of what the product is and what it can do. It may not be, not everybody will want the program after they've looked at these videos. Say, well, it's not for me. That's fine. But I will tell you this: if you're into intraday trading, I don't know of a better program that's out there. Sure, I'm biased, but how I started with Trade Ideas is just as a subscriber, like anybody else, back in 2010. And I was so overwhelmed by the product. Well, I got overwhelmed by trying to create too many scans, trying not to miss any sort of a setup in history. Okay. And so you can get overwhelmed, and I had to learn to pare down the number of things I was looking at. And then I told the company, you guys really should have some kind of a room that people can come into, and we can converse with each other. And that's how it started. So yeah, I've been doing this in this format since October of 2015, sharing my screen and yakking on the mic. William, you're too funny. Yeah, you should get a room. Get a room, you guys. Yeah, you should get a room. That's what I said. You should get a room. Okay, guys. So in about 12 minutes. Yeah. So the question is, you asked, is there a way to filter for relative volume and gaps? Absolutely. Absolutely. This is just a different way of presenting our data, Washington, okay? I mean, this is, a lot of people will not use races. I like to demonstrate the use of races because, I like the idea for people, especially if you're starting out, or even if you're not starting out, you're a seasoned trader, but the idea that it creates a top 10 list for you to then just to concentrate on all day long. If something has won a race before. So let's take a look at LRMR as an example. What's it doing? So what if LRMR was still above that purple line right there is the VWAP? What if it was pulling into the VWAP? Maybe you watch, okay, what if it holds and maybe bounces off it, acts as support? Or, there are shorts available. You could have been looking at this and saying, oh, what if it pops down below the VWAP? Maybe I want to short this one. So at least it's drawing your attention to something that could be interesting. The IBRX, I mean, this is still could be very interesting going forward today because it's above yesterday's high. It was an earnings play yesterday. The reaction was great, but it was already having a great reaction. This started on February 18th, $6 stock. Had a pop, probably had, I can't remember, had a little bit of news, but that had earnings yesterday and the reaction was good still. And now, we're above yesterday's high. So what I'd be doing now is I'd be looking left. Where is the next high in the monthly chart? There's a high up here of, 1233. I'm not saying it's going to get to 1233, but that is the next high, on the monthly chart. And that was back in, that's almost 5 years ago. Okay. So, I mean, this has got room. I mean, this could still have, continuing once it struggled to hold over 11 early. We got back down to 1077 on that second break of 11. This looks pretty good. So yeah, so the way to limit, I mean, look at this one. This is it. From this scan, these are the only stocks that have shown up today. And it's all a matter of, the relative volume filter. If you put it high enough, you're probably going to eliminate a lot of stocks. but you'll only see stocks really trading abnormally. So that's why in this particular case, the reason why I'm probably not seeing a lot of stocks is because the relative volume I've got is 8. That's so you can I would always start off with this relative volume figure, and if you're getting too few stocks, you can reduce it. If you're getting too many, you can up it. That will be a great way. Okay. There's no magic bullet. There's no, okay, only always use this, because some days some days will be very different from others. Could be very different from others, but that's what I would do. I would use that relative volume filter, create your scan with your price range and your minimum volume that you want. And if you're looking for stocks making new highs, okay, use the new high of the day alert, and and then you can always fiddle around with it. Well, there's always going to be, okay, there's always going to be, you could say, how come I'm not seeing this stock that's up 300%? Okay. Well, maybe it's, if you're using a filter that's blocking it, if that's what you mean. Okay. But then I don't know. Well, give me an example of one. Okay. See, here's the problem. Okay. Here can be the problem. So you're saying, okay, I don't want to, you're not concerned by how many you get. Well, you should be concerned, because yes, that one that was up a lot yesterday, you would have seen it, but you may have seen 20 others that didn't do what that one did. Okay, so it's like so it's almost like needle in a haystack. Like, which one are you going to pick? Okay, so I could create a scan that will show you everything. Whatever you want to see, I can show it to you. But you might see 20 or 30 others that are not doing what you want it to do. If that makes sense. Yeah, if you're just looking at a top list window, like here in this one right here, okay, in this race right here, this is what this race is based on. So yeah, if I sort on the C%, which is the change from the close, okay, change from yesterday's close. Now you might say, well, wait a minute, there's a stock that's up way more than 80%. Okay, there is probably, I'm sure there is one. You can sort on that, but then you'd have to change. In this scan or this top list, this is what I'm looking for: 1 in 50, between $1 and $50. So maybe there's a stock under $1, that is way above. Is there any stock that you're seeing that you're saying, well, how come I'm not seeing it? Maybe the volume I've got here, the volume is 200,000 shares. Maybe that stock that happens to be up, 100% has only got 100,000 shares traded. So of course you can reduce your filters to see anything you want. So if that's what you want to do, but this is so yes, you can sort by this is exactly what that is, as long as you have the column header, the change from the close, C%, yes. It's changed from the opening trade of the day. You can double left click on any column header you've got, as long as you obviously have the column header. You want to see the stocks that are up the most in the last 5 minutes, down the most in the last 5 minutes. You can sort on virtually any filter that we've got. Well, if okay, what time is it now? I have to take a break soon, but okay, let's do this. Okay, I'll get rid of. I'll put 0.5. I doubt very much we'll get any, but I'll put $1,000, and I won't even put any volume. You know what? I don't want to do that. I'll duplicate the window. I want to overwrite it. I just put, crazy price range. I won't put any minimum volume. I won't put anything in here. I have no idea what I'm going to see, but this. But you see, BRTX is showing up, because it's 30 cents. Okay. Now it does sometimes depend on what you're sorting on. I hate this price. Okay, why is that happening? Moment. I don't like this. But you understand what you can. Okay, there we go. Okay. So there's BRTX is showing up where it did not show up here because you reduced the price range. There are going to be some stock showing up here that Ezra showing up didn't reduce the price. I reduced the price range. So listen, I wouldn't be so concerned if you're going to miss. You might miss the odd stock, but there should be plenty of others to choose from. Okay, I wouldn't get that hung up on it. There should be plenty of others if you miss out one. I mean, I know we have people say, "Why didn't I see that stock?" Well, again, I can create a scan to show it, but again, understand you might get 20 others in this list of stocks that you don't care about. Yeah, I got to get ready, guys. Steve is going to take over for me, so just give me a moment. This is the link to get into YouTube. Okay, when I take my break in about a minute. No, no, it's okay. I enjoy the questions. Keeps me engaged. Okay. Okay, on a break. Okay, so I'm just waiting for Steve to show up in our YouTube room. Shut my music off so I can hit a little. There it is. So just give me a moment, Steve. All right, guys. So Steve has just entered our YouTube room. So I put the YouTube link in. So here that's how you can go over to our YouTube room. Steve will be there between approximately 12 and maybe 12:45 or 55. Usually has meetings at 1 o'clock. So I'm gonna mute myself right now. So we'll see you guys in the main room in about 1 hour. And now I can welcome Mr. Snowboarder. Well, maybe you're not a snowboarder, Mr. Downhiller himself, Steve Gomez, to our YouTube room.
Yeah, no snowboard for me. I tried about 6 or 7 times, and you fall too hard. It's too much.
Yeah,
it's just too top heavy.
And the body's not quite as elastic as.
No, I've actually broken bones trying it. In my 30s.
Oh wow.
So
Oh okay.
Never broke a bone skiing, so I go back to skiing where I can kind of like navigate. But yeah, great time. Another great trip. I won't bring up the hockey game. I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's okay.
Interesting debacle.
Interesting debacle, yes. Yeah, as a hockey purist, it drives me crazy. I mean, I know it's the same for both teams, but the 3-on-3 is just not hockey.
Yeah,
so
that was crazy.
It just isn't. But oh well, those are the rules, and the U.S. could have won still if it remained 5. What I'd like to see them do is go 5-on-5, maybe for 5 minutes, 4-on-4 for 10 minutes, and then after that, if you want to go to 3-on-3, fine. But
go to the skills competition.
Yeah, exactly. It's like in soccer,
true. They got to wind it down somehow.
Yeah, but to have penalty shots in soccer to decide, the winner, especially in the final game, it makes no sense.
Yeah.
Play till you drop.
Ball comes down to the goalie.
Anyway. Okay, Steve, I'll let you go. So you probably have a meeting at 1 o'clock, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll try to relieve you just before then.
All right, let me switch over here to YouTube so I can see a better glimpse of the questions. All right, hello everybody. Got allergies today. All right, so happy Tuesday. Hello everybody. Market is odd. State of the Union is tonight, and it feels like there might be, some, I don't know, pre-positioning. Speaking of, Andy showed me a great setup this morning, and I showed Brian. He loved it too. Lunar. Forget what, could be talked about tonight. I'm trying not to go there. I'm trying to speculate myself. What could he talk about tonight? But maybe, I don't know, maybe moon development is one of them for people who aren't flat earthers. Really nice intraday coil, but most importantly, Brian showed me it's above a key VWAP, and also we all caught the fact, Andy showed me this is 32% short the float. And as we speak right now, I'm long. I bought it at 18 and change, and then I bought a little bit more on that pullback right there. So I'm just kind of establishing it's a full position now. They got a 10% position on this sucker. And hopefully it stays strong into the close, and I'll carry it into tomorrow. But what I like about it is it's above all the key moving averages here, just kind of peeking its head out for the third or fourth day. And if it can stay strong here going into the close, decent relative volume. Shorts could get scared in this one. I wouldn't be surprised. Let's see, it's up 2%. It's probably on this. Nope, it's not on the board here of the short squeeze scan, but it would be if it was up more on the day. Anyway, hello, what's up, Patrick? Intel trade of the week. Yes, doing really well. Double tapped off the 50-day moving average. And I think the AMD news certainly helps all the semiconductors. AMD is partnering up with Meta to build them some GPU sets. Not that Intel's in that business, but never hurts to have the semiconductors strong. And Patrick, silver's coming back. I guess I just saw COMEX. Man, they're lining up to take a big drawdown, like 100 million. What would it be? Ounces? Yeah, of silver on delivery. That's why we have futures markets. So producers, farmers, agriculturists, whatever, they can hedge their prices by using those instruments. But every now and then the futures contracts start getting wacky when people say, you know what, I'm not using this for a hedge anymore. I want to take delivery of that gold. I want to take delivery of that wheat, those cows, those pigs, whatever it is. You can take delivery on it. In this case, there are big discussions on how much silver is going to be drained out of the vaults come March expiration. I saw HYMC was trying to do something. It's still hanging in there. I noticed yesterday, I bought some TMQ. I noticed a copper was doing really interestingly well. And I started going around the different names I had been playing around. And I noticed TMQ had just gotten annihilated. I think they had some internal structuring news or whatnot, but a little bottoming tail here, and then going into the weekend. I think I bought it going into the weekend right off that little bottoming tail. So today's day number 3 for me. It's pushing through the 10 SMA. I've got an order to sell some at highs again at 435 if it goes back to highs, but not much. And copper. They're a miner. They do copper today. Sector ETF is pretty much from the open, change from the open, copper leading the way. So again, you guys, I'm trying to always focus on top-down approach. There's many different paths you can take in the market, but I want to look at the runways of the sectors and see which ones open strong. I don't care about change from the close. I know Barry talks about this all the time. It's very important. Change from the open. Where's the money flowing to once the bell rang? And so copper, SIL, silver miners, GDX, gold miners. Curiously, software is kind of probably, taking a little bounce off of the horrible beating it's been taking from AI, Claude. Check out the latest podcast by Sprott. Okay, I will. David Morgan, Talking Silver. I'll check that out. Patrick, send me the link if you've got it. I probably won't be able to find it immediately, but I would be curious to listen. I think that was just round 1 in silver. Got way too far ahead of itself, broke the back. the futures exchanges did the things that they did. They increased margins, maintenance fees, which not increased margins, reduced margins. And then we're slowly starting to find our way maybe back into a trend. But like we were just talking about, I think the silver market is looking to see how much silver is drawn out physically of the vaults of the COMEX with this March contract now. That's really all I've done. I am experimenting with ONDS. I spent time with Jake Majestic last weekend, and this is one of his favorite stocks. I liked it too. It kind of died on the vine for me. But I love the fact that a lot of stocks, these names, are kind of like creating little trend lines. And when I see a reversal, like a big stop hunt here on the open on ONDS, and then it just kind of keeps holding intraday, I'll take a chance. It's an ugly chart. It's below all its moving averages. But sometimes this is a contrarian type of a setup. I feel like if I'm wrong, I'm only going to lose a tiny bit. But if I'm right, I could get to participate in a push. So I'm in some of that. And then I'm allocating some of my 401k to draw a line in the sand in some of this insane crypto drawdown that we've had. And if you guys know me, you know I'm really bullish on XRP. I've got the tokens, but I said, well, if I'm so bullish and I don't want to pull out more cash and buy more tokens on the crypto exchanges, I've got money to use, and now we've got these wonderful ETFs that mirror. So I've got kind of like a double allocation going now. I got some XRPI. Basically, I think I talked to you guys about it. I bought it after I came back from my first ski trip, and then I added some. And so I'm right here in the money now on XRPI on this ETF. I'm kind of thinking this could be a generational low down here. Don't quote me on that. But therefore, I'm allocating, rather than trading stocks, I'm just going to park some of my money in these two ETFs. I've done so much homework. I'm showing everybody I can. Hedera as well, HBAR. I think it's just as interesting as XRPI. Hedera and HBR. It's very difficult to have a spot ETF, not a futures, but a spot ETF for your brand, for your token. And in this case, Hedera, HBAR ETF, mirrors very illiquid. It's only done 12,000 shares today. But what I've noticed is if I want to get a fill, it's usually a 5-cent spread. You can go in between. And there's computers that'll fill you because they can immediately turn around and make a buck on it. So it's not like you're not going to get an execution just because it's only done 13,000 shares. So yeah, kind of a big allocation in my account is now just kind of carved out and sitting. As long as these things work for me now, these aren't trades. I've done a lot of homework on XRPI, which is the ETF XRP, and Hedera. We can go over here real quickly to the 1 hour chart. And I showed Andy this earlier. This is exactly what I kind of want to see. Notice Bitcoin, we're getting kind of a bounce. This is a 1 hour chart. Bitcoin's still red on the day. But the first two coins, and I call them utility coins, XRP and HBAR, these were the first two to go green today. So these are not stores of value like Ethereum. Ethereum just barely went green. It's my thesis. I think money's slowly moving out of Bitcoin just to kind of diversify a little bit and moving into the utility coins. And so today is kind of proving what I hope to see, that there's relative strength in this so-called bounce. Hopefully there's a bounce in crypto. It's not going to get smashed again. Again, State of the Unions tonight. Maybe something is going to be said about financial system. Anything regarding a new financial system, XRP, HBAR, XLM, they're going to benefit, I believe. I believe there's a whole new system kind of being set up. The banks are testing it. XRP is on the balance sheet of Goldman and some others. They're starting to talk about it now. And Hedera, as I mentioned back to that, is really a different technology. It's not a blockchain technology. It's called hash graph. And being a hash graph, it's kind of a consensus model where things can flow really quickly. So the whole beauty of it is the scalability and the speed and the reliability and the predictability of knowing what it's going to cost. Super cheap, super fast to move things around. Like FedEx, I think, is on their board now, and they're going to look at it for their logistics. So small payments moving around at the enterprise level. That's what Hedera HBAR could be. So that's why I'm going for some risk in these ETFs. I'm hoping they can move through. But still, it's nice to see Bitcoin move higher, because then it's kind of a safe space for all things to move higher. So, hey, does anybody have any, product questions? Of course, that's why I'm here. Not to just talk about crypto and what I'm doing. We can talk about trades that you're in. I always like to help people if they're in a chart, they're not sure what to do. This market's been very difficult. It's been wedged between two distinct areas, and for swing traders, that's difficult. There's really not much follow through, nor much rotation or much trending. So it'd be nice to see if the market could break out of this sideways funk, and again, I don't know, State of the Unions, if they're really market movers, if anything has really dropped, if it wasn't priced in. It's always an interesting scenario. All right, guys, I'm back. Hey, hello. How do you feel about the market? Well, I'm constructively bullish because we haven't crashed. There's little midday air pockets of liquidity, and I think if we look at the 200 moving average, you see it's kind of starting to force the issue. I'm looking at the NASDAQ here. We can't really get much below the 600 level without a bounce or buyers stepping back in for technology. If we look at the S&P, same sort of goes for 680. We don't spend much below 680 here in the SPY. I don't know. It feels like the market's waiting for a catalyst. I know a lot of people are like fearful of a pullback, but remember, markets can consolidate in two different fashions. They can consolidate in pullbacks, like this little short intraday pullback here on the 15-minute. Here's a pretty, drastic pullback of a couple of weeks on the daily, but they can also consolidate sideways. Whoops, what the hell happened there? Hang on a second. My mouse is whacking out. They can consolidate sideways, and you'd be wise and correct if you guessed that the most constructive and strongest of the two ways to consolidate would in fact be sideways. So what I'm getting at is, if you tap support too many times, eventually it breaks. There's that scenario. That's what I think a lot of people are concerned about. But there's also, how many times does the same thing kind of have to happen over and over before it, if it doesn't break? What if it doesn't break? The market has a funny way of fooling the most people most of the time. And if you read sentiment indicators, I think the sentiment indicators right now are rather bearish. People are very fearful up here because they're reading headlines. What? Iran, Mexico. Well, forget the headlines. What is the market telling us? And the market's telling us it's afraid to sell off. It's also afraid to break out. So when you have a sideways pattern like that, it's usually going to be a resumption of the original trend. So I'm still kind of constructively bullish. Believe it or not, it looks like we're just reaching out on a ledge here, but what if a giant catalyst comes along and financial or AI or technology or energy or something big happens, and we've spent all this time worrying, and then we have some sort of a new, quantum breakout of some sort of a black swan to the good side, We'll call it a white swan. So my answer to that question is I'm trying to not get too bearish. I see a lot of people out there getting bearish, and I always want to try and avoid the crowds. That's just my nature. And the market has a funny way of fooling the crowds as well. The bottom of S&P today was exactly the same low as we started the year. So not going anywhere pretty much. A lot of sector rotation along the way. Yeah, there's a lot of press change, rearrange going on. And I'll go back to crypto. I've been telling Andy this and Brian Shannon this, got an earful. Let's go to the daily to make my case. Here's H bar. We'll look at some relative strength here. So this was a big, nasty down day. Nobody liked that. Relatively speaking, look at that. Bitcoin is dripping back down towards that relatively weak day. It has been a very frustrating 6 months, 7, 8 months for crypto. I'm on XRP here now on the daily. Every single time there's an attempt to rally, it's kind of smashed. Well, there's a great, let's see if I can find a good example of it. I'm going to bring over an example of the 5 stages of the market: the greed, fear, euphoria, accumulation, distribution. 5 market stages. I'm going to get an infographic going here. Got it. Okay, let's bring this over. And we'll take here's a good one right here, at least for the periods of different emotions. Euphoria at the top, despondency. I will maintain we're at despondency down here. We've had a lot of capitulations, like we just saw back here. Capitulation. The crypto market is in absolute despondency right now. And so we're going to go to this one. And there's many stages, but this is the accumulation phase right here. This is the distribution phase where the institutions, the Warren Buffetts and whatnot, they're kind of getting out. But then we have the anxiety, denial, fear, panic, anger, depression, and we're just down here despondent. This looks like the crypto market down here. And another word for what they're putting on here is they're putting on emotions. Brian uses, the 5 stages that he got from, I think, Stan Weinstein was the name. Accumulation and all that. I think that's where we are. The institutions are loading up on XRP, in my opinion, and H-bar and Bitcoin and other things down here at this level, because that's just where they do. Let's face it, institutions don't take major positions up here. That's where the retail traders kind of come in and take things. But down here is where the big boys establish their position. That's why it's called accumulation. And I maintain that the frustration and everything we've seen on the daily charts in crypto since last summer has been just accumulation. And it's designed to frustrate the weak hands. The weak hands are usually retail, but it's designed to frustrate them. So let's look at some relativity here. Here's Bitcoin. Pretty good smash from 124,000 down to 60. Basically got cut in half. XRP from back here was up around 350. Also got cut in half. XLM, another one, more than cut in half. And then H-bar, 29, more than cut in half. So going forward, it'd be nice to see a little, like a bottoming, little head and shoulders here in H-bar. I'd love to see that. But I maintain this has been the accumulation. Usually when the public is just frustrated and despondent, that's where the shares are handed over to the longer term players. And so I'm trying to, again, just keep a good position going in these ETFs that model those two. Again, that's H-bar, HBR, very illiquid, and XRPI. All right. Oh, nice volume bar in the ETF of XRPI. I like to see that. Seems like people are bearish, not gutsy enough. Yeah, they're waiting for the headline. They're waiting for that reason to get bullish on the market again. So everybody's waiting for the shoe to drop, and the shoe just doesn't seem to drop. And I'm telling you, that's a perfect setup for you know, a creeper rally. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but we're setting up for, you know, if somebody wants to look up the fear and greed index right now, I mean, we could probably look that up. Fear greed index. I bet you it's red. I don't know why, but I just bet it is. Well, here's the crypto fear and greed. Let's look at that one. Crypto extreme fear. This just really bolsters everything I was just saying. So I have no problem being extremely bullish down here when everybody else is in extreme fear for crypto. Let's look at fear and greed meter for the stock market. Much higher. Look at that. So the crypto bros have just had a miserable year where the fear and greed is literally tipping on the red side for the market, and that's what we're talking about. So as far as the market goes, it seems like the contrarian side is to not be fearful. I agree. Same thing with the CNN fear and greed index. They're actually calling it fearful. Bam. So you don't want to ever usually find yourself on the same side as everybody else. I'm just saying that. That's one thing I've kind of learned. Yeah, oh yeah, my thesis on XRP is still very much intact. I don't care what the price action is doing. The price action is just shaking out the weak hands. There's no headline. See, retail waits for the headlines to understand what's happening. Whereas in, you know, behind the scenes, you don't think JP Morgan, BlackRock, and Bissett and the Treasury, they're kind of like saying, hey, you guys, you might want to be loading up on your assets on your balance sheet. We're moving to a new real world asset, RWA. We're moving to an RWA economy globally, where basically the fiat system, the trust me US dollar, trust us, it's worth something, it's worth shit, you know, is going to go away. I still believe the US dollar will dominate, but the US dollar will dominate in the way of asset backed, whether it's gold, silver, crypto, or a mess of all three or more. Trump's literally told us this is coming. So I'm just making a bet that the new economy is coming. The central banks have basically screwed everybody worldwide, and everybody's ready for a better solution. And these things have been in the works for a dozen years. Bitcoin was the start, and then all these others kind of tailed off. Then came XRP, and then Hashgraph realized they could do it even faster. So I'm diversified in both. This lesson is extremely helpful. I've been bullish on Ethereum and wondering if I'm being stupid. I wouldn't say you're being stupid. I think Ethereum and Bitcoin, XRP, HBAR, they're all going to have their own place. I actually bought another one just called Algo. I'm still learning about it, but it was basically off of a TikTok, you know, a person that I follow that seems to be pretty smart. And Algo is similar to kind of HBAR, I guess. I'm going to be learning more about it. I'm not going to talk about something I don't know much about. I'm going to go back to the hour charts here and hope that we stop the cycle of madness where every little green period is just smashed. So far, we've gotten through that. All right, XRP and HBAR are still the only ones that are red on this 24-hour session. And as long as they just hang in there, we'll see. What if AI provides us better options to pursue? Well, if AI, I mean, I'm definitely bullish on AI, but AI is only going to look at really the current solutions. And I don't really see another solution than what XRP has done. And I only say that because they're the whole one-stop shop. You've got the RLUSD, which is Ripple Labs USD. That's their stable coin. You've got the XRPL, the XRP ledger, which is basically the whole layer where transactions are going to take place and settle in different currencies, different stable coins. That's the whole point of it. You want to pay somebody in one form and then have it settle in 3 seconds to 5 seconds in another form, but everything's stable and done. And then you've got the token itself, which is the XRP token, which facilitates that transfer. So Ripple has got everything covered. They're also in an application to become a bank globally. They're just, everything is set up. So if you were to ask AI, who is set up, what company is positioned best, you know, for, you could ask AI right now, what company is positioned? Let's do it. Why not? Let's see. Let me go. I'm going to ask Grok because that's the only one I really trust. Hang on. The spies are going to highs. That's not a bad thing. Okay, I'm going to ask Grok here real quick. What companies, plural, are best positioned for a new global real-world asset economy? What crypto companies are best? I don't want to hear BlackRock. No, I like your thinking. So they like Ondo, Chainlink, Centrifuge, Securitize. Wonder why. Wow, there's so many of them. So yeah, the question remains, which one's going to benefit the most? You know, and there's so many different versions: enterprise, peer-to-peer, business-to-business. Yeah, didn't really give me the answer I was looking for, but anything can happen. Anything can happen, Def. AI and quant is unimaginable, and it's happening so fast. But I think the technological rails have been built, and more importantly, the NDAs. I think Ripple's got like over 200 NDAs already with institutions. So the institutions, everything is signed and dotted, and they just kind of waited for, you know, the testing to stop and the real world, you know, utility to begin. There's no more news push on XRP anymore. Yeah. And it's probably by design. If there was a news push, then my theory of the fact that we're in accumulation mode for the big guys right now, they're accumulating it by just, it's a quiet period, if you call it. It's dark. There's no PR. There's no hype. There's no nothing. It allows these guys, and they're being asked, to facilitate the new financial model, in my opinion. So they're going to be given a fair crack the way it's always been done. Just quietly, don't talk about anything. The price action speaks for itself. There's absolutely no pump. There's no PR. The one thing people that are interested about, and if you know anything, there's the 30 some odd billion of it that's sitting in escrow. Some people speculate that there's already been like a handshake deal behind the scenes for Ripple to turn that escrow over to the Treasury. There'd be a lot of interesting benefits for that, but who knows? That's all speculation. So this quiet period that we're in just kind of really confirms what I think is going on out there. And we saw that 9 rating in the fear index. Just absolute demoralization is going on in crypto. And that's usually not a place to cough up your shares because the end might be near. So we'll see. It's very interesting how things are working out. Not getting hit yet, thank God. But I'm here to help if anybody has any trade ideas related questions. That's why we do this. Otherwise, I just start yapping about stuff. That's a decent looking chart. Oops, I noticed on Friday some of these nuclear plays like UEC were setting up DNN, but they don't get out of their own way. But they're still in play. Don't lose track of them. Still copper leading the way by a pretty good margin. I'm in this TMQ. I've got an order to sell some at 435. I'll pop a price alert up there so I know if I get hit on 20% of it. And then I'm probably looking to sell a lot more of it as it comes back up in here. If I can get those prices, I'll take them. And then that's a successful, he tried to say, that is a successful swing trade for me. Okay, so yeah, H bar. Let me backtrack on something here and see if I can find that video. It's a TikTok video, but it's an excellent explanation of why and how H bar is doing what they're doing. Found it. All right, I'm just going to drop this link in there. It's, like I said, it's a TikTok address, but really cool info video on what it is and why I like it. I'm most bullish on this and XRP, kind of for the same reasons, just two different layers of technology. All the names coming through here are just continued mining companies. HYMC, strong all day. ORLA is another mining company. NAC, another mining company. There's no exit strategy for XRP, and it would be the same for Hedera. The strategy is to just hold it and then stake it. In other words, I envision a time where the door is going to close, and maybe many years from now, the people that never got any of the tokens that are needed, like HBAR and XRP, to run, they become more and more valuable, and you can lend those out, and you can make a passive yield on those. So once you sell them, they're gone. And then what do you sell them into? A stable coin, fiat? Certainly not. Where do you go? So I'm looking at it like a game of Monopoly. I bought some empty houses, and hopefully they're on Park Place and a couple other nice little spots. And then in the future, as people start to need them, I can lend them out for passive income. That's the plan. We'll see if it works. Boy, I saw that HYMC again. You can't stop this thing. I was trying to bid into some earlier and I couldn't get any down here. And I refused to hit the market buy button. I kind of wish I had now. What are you going to do? Kept telling myself, don't worry, you've got exposure over there with this TMQ and that's working. So whatever. Oh, how was my skiing trip? It was awesome. The weather wasn't as good as it was when we went to Tahoe, but we finally got some snow in Colorado, and it was nice. It was windy and snowing the second couple days, and it was great. I just wish I was back up there. I've got one planned in 2 weeks in Utah. This is kind of my off season. Baseball players, whatever, they take a lot of trips, but when the snow is out and I'll use up my vacation time on ski trips. And it was great company too with Brian, and then I met Jake Ujastic. He's got a pretty big following. He used to be on TrendSpider, and he's got his subscription business. It's good company. How do I use Trade Ideas to find Head and Shoulders pattern on the daily? That's a tough one because the Head and Shoulders is such a nuanced pattern, but I don't know. Do we have, the first thing I'm going to check is load from the cloud library to see, I'll grab a keyword and see if there's anything that anybody's ever attempted to make, which would be head. Slowly typing in here. I need to reboot. Doesn't look like it's bringing up anything. We can go to Market Explorer. See if there's something in here. Patterns. Pattern recognition. Bull flag, bear flag, no. Candlestick pattern, no. That is a tough one. I've never really seen a good scan for that. And lastly, I'll just check one more thing here, which is our main library of filters and alerts. We can go to the search tab. And if I type in, okay, inverted head and shoulders. So it's not going to do it on the daily. And this is kind of what I was thinking of. And what you can do is, I'll do it for you. And we can say inverted head and shoulders, hours of trading. So first thing I want to do is click help and have help explain like what exactly is this thing looking for. So when I click help, it takes us to this to understand how this particular one is being derived. And these are going to be intraday candles, 15-minute candles. And so we kind of have to look at this in terms of hours of trading. Maybe we want to catch it over the course of, 6 hours. So we would say add alert, and then we would have to qualify hours of trading, maybe 6 hours, 8 hours, 10 hours, that's up to you. And then you would check that and not use those. So in terms of a keyword, typing in head and shoulders, that was the only thing that came up. However, it's not going to be for daily patterns. Like I'm kind of assuming that that's what you're asking about. But the system was able to identify, like smaller time frames, and that's the best we can do. What do I think of ADA? Do you think ADA will make it? Is that a stock, or what is ADA? Americans with Disability Act? Other than that, I don't know. I think ADA will make it. You have to rephrase that question, Washington. Sorry. The stock I've got most hope for is this Lunar. I hope it's hanging in there. Nah, it's kind of getting a little greasy. Giant short float in that one. I missed your comment there. I reckon I'm done trading, I think, for the day. Super morning for me, and oh, that's awesome. There's no better feeling than crushing it in the morning and then having the discipline to not be a degenerate and be able to walk away and know that you didn't put yourself in harm's way for the remainder of the day. Because there's really nothing worse than having a really good morning and then getting super greedy, sticking around and then doing dumb things and then kind of wishing you hadn't done that. Trust me, I've been on both sides of the drive to the golf course saying, wow, that was a really nice morning. And now I can reward myself with a day outside. Let's see what's working for me. DJT is kind of working for me. This is a Bitcoin play for the most part, and also a nuclear energy play. And it's also a play that I'm underwater in, so pay no attention to me on this one. But the TMQ is doing very well for the most part. Lunar is still trying to hang in there. HBR, my ETF utility coin. I did buy a little bit of rumble down there. I like that bottoming tail, but I'll cut it quickly if it doesn't do anything. XRPI is flat on the day for me. ONDS is flat for me here, trying to do something. And then I did buy a little bit of Nibius, but I've got to stop. I have a hard stop in this one at 50 cents. I almost got stopped out there while I was talking. Not a lot of conviction. I am going to be watching tonight and see if there's anything, there could be a lot of plays tomorrow based on what is said in the State of the Union tonight. Keep an eye out or an ear open for that. But I'll be here another 10 minutes, it looks like, before I got to go. So if you have any questions, if you were hanging out on something, now's the time. This Rocket Lab has been very disappointing as well. But Lunar, similar kind of a sector, a little better chart. Definitely a better short float. Rocket Lab has earnings and a short float of 7. Lunar has no earnings and a short float of 32%. Pretty ugly if you're on the wrong side of that. Oof, this one's a weird one. XO. This is like very, very thin. Like 3 million shares thin. But I just bought a little bit. Because why? Because I like this stock, the possibility of it. It's been doing crazy things, but a stock like this, I'm willing to take a small chance after it comes back and touches the 20 SMA, and I'll give it to the lows. So when I say I'm going to give it to the lows, I'm going to do that. I'm going to right click and put a price alert in there. I'm not going to stop out. It's too thin, but I just want to know if it tries to go back to lows. I think this is a good risk reward play on a stock that I've been watching. And what I did was I kind of came over here just to try and take a look at what's getting beat up today. And sometimes stocks that I really like, if I see at the bottom of this chart down here getting beat up at a level that's interesting, that's a contrarian entry that I'm willing to take. And so look at this, 3.5 million shares in the float. That's extremely thin. 9% are short. This is exoskeleton technology. And I just like the way the chart's trending, but what I would never do is buy a stock that has a 3 million share float after 2 giant days like that. Just been kind of stalking it. And then when I pulled it up, I kind of didn't think twice. So that's a new position for me. XO. NVIDIA reporting. Oh, that too. I forgot about that. NVIDIA is reporting post-market. Look at that. I mean, that could break us. That could be a near-term catalyst or a near-term bummer. I mean, if NVIDIA disappoints and gaps down below the 200-day moving average, that would be a significant change in market sentiment, I think, in terms of technology. Or NVIDIA just works through this giant sideways consolidation that it's been showing us, and it moves higher. We'll see. But that's a good point. Thanks for the reminder, Patrick. A lot of people will be watching that one today. Hang in there, crypto. Maybe today's the day. Today's the day they stop smashing. This would be the time right about now where the volatility smashers would come in and do it. After every little hopeful run, the volatility smashers come in and do it. So if they don't do it this time and we creep higher, maybe there's hope. But we looked at that fear and greed index together in crypto land, and crypto has just been absolutely demoralized. So it's always darkest before dawn. You'll see what happens. Oh, I just kind of like the way that lunar looks as well on a bigger time frame. Seeing a nice wedge there. Boy, I'd hate to be short this thing. I'd be nervous as hell. 32% of 98 million is short. This idea of a scan platform like Trade Ideas, is there a lot to chew here? That's for sure. Is there a process you follow to search for good trade setups? I like things to be above certain moving averages, and I'm happy to use, this example right here. This is a 15-minute chart that I use, and my time frame is not a scalper. I'm not a 5-minute chart person who's looking for really fast updates. I like a little slower update, and I'm liking things that like lunar here, that tries to break that blue line and can't, and pops back up into play and stays above it. What else did that this morning? There was something else. I think, is it Nibius? No, it was, bear with me. No, it wasn't ONDS. There's no one setup that I like. I do like to look at Trade Ideas to see, in this window here, what the short floats are. ONDS has a 26% short float. I'm long that, but it's below that line. So, there's no one right response. For me, I like to trade a list of names that I'm familiar with, and that's over here on the left-hand side. This is my liked list. And so every time I see a stock that I like, you can see there's a heart on the chart, and I can add that to this list, which is just a basic symbol list, and I can keep track of kind of what sectors are doing well and what sectors are doing weak. And as I just did a moment ago, I pulled up EXO, a stock that I'm familiar with, and I liked the way it pulled back to my chart moving average, which is a 20-day simple moving average. So I'm constantly just kind of cross-referencing strong sectors, making sure that this is the most important thing I can give to a new trader. Do not pull up a chart like this EKSO and say, oh my God, it's breaking out. I'm going to buy it up here, because you've just basically wasted 2.5 days of green, movement that's eventually going to run out of energy. So I like to identify and just keep a mental note. It might be a few days later, but price alerts are certainly a thing. You saw me set that earlier. This price alert that I set from Trade Ideas is very important to me. It tells me, if I'm looking away, that if the price rolls back over, my risk is now kind of being threatened. And that's a nice feature to have. You can right click and set those in the chart anywhere. But I'm always trying to be contrarian. There's really no one scan that Trade Ideas spits out that's just going to be a guaranteed winner for you. The picks and shovels that are handed to, like, a gold miner, and that gold miner learns where the veins are and where the where the solid opportunity is, and more importantly, learns from the mistakes that they've made. And with that being said, if you're not aware, we have at Trade Ideas the Brokerage Plus module, which allows you to immediately jump in and just sign in here with the paper trading. And it gives you a margined account with 100,000, so a total of 400,000 to just play around, and you can buy things. You can buy them directly. I clicked trade ticket here in this chart window. All of a sudden, if I want to start simulating buying EXO without doing it, well, I'd say, let's buy $10,000 worth at the market, and we'll just buy it right now. And all of a sudden, we can start to simulate what trades would look like. I forgot to simulate which account I wanted to buy that in. Here we go. Now I can manage a simulated trade. And this is probably the most important thing I can tell you. If you're new to anything trading-wise, if you know what you're doing trading, that's a whole other story. Disregard what I'm saying. But if you're new to trading, I would try to make as many mistakes as I could using our Brokerage Plus simulation feature. You come from the futures side. Okay, so you've got experience trading. That's great. So if you kind of know what you're looking for, Trade Ideas can help you find it. I'm going to be back here on Thursday, Washington. And if you have some like general ideas of like, hey, I'd like to find stocks that are pulling back near a 52-week low and have this and maybe near that, we can help you. Tomorrow is going to be the CEO, Dan, and he's probably going to take off in his own direction and demonstrate a lot of things that are coming. But Washington, if you come back here on Thursday and Friday with myself or Andy, we can walk through, some of the things that you might want to build. You said you came from the futures, so that tells me you've already have experience trading, so you kind of know what you're looking for. Just tell us, or you can even email us. I'll put the email in here to get, without having to wait. You can email us with some ideas of setups that you want to look for with a detail and maybe a chart visual example as well. And we can try and, give you a starting point and help you configure it. Trade ticket off. If I wanted to flat this trade, I could just highlight it and click flat, and it gives me a simulated exit. And there you go.
There you go.
There you go.
There you go. You're out of here.
All right. Thanks, Barry.
Okay.
Sounds
all right.
good.
See you. Thanks. We'll see you on Thursday.
See you guys. All right. I'll leave the studio.
Okay. All right, guys. Back in both rooms now. Just a couple of things to do. Music Maestro. I've changed things up a little bit on my what I'm showing. I really should show this movers of the upside versus downside. The reason why is that this is not just a matter of these stocks making new highs or new lows of the day. I mean, that is the trigger, but it's usually always on some kind of a volume burst. So you can usually see. Let's take a look at Trin you see what's happening right there. Look at the volume burst that's come in. Okay, so I'm not saying take the trade. I'm just saying that, visually, we get the alert here, but it's usually on some kind of a volume burst. And that's because I have a filter in here that I want the 5-minute volume to be, 300% of the previous ones. So visually, well, right here, look at that. So I think I'm going to leave this in for a while. I also have this race. This is a large cap race, but this is a little more, I think, I don't know if I want to say interesting, but it certainly is going to give you some different sort of ideas. And if you still want the other race, I mean, it's still going to be on my homepage. Look at this one, another little volume burst for Beam. Beam, I think, is an earnings play. Yeah, Beam is an earnings play. I mean, it's been pretty good all day long, BEAM. It's been pretty good all day long. The next high in a weekly chart, it's got some room, $35 or so. Yeah, I saw Zeta coming through here, Obi. I saw Zeta coming through here. Well, and it's right there. Here's a large cap stock, large cap stock. So this kind of gives you this is giving us the best of both worlds. So you're looking at the large cap stocks are here, and these could be large cap, could be small cap. All right, Washington. Hope Steve helped you a bit or a lot. Hopefully a lot. Don't forget to look at those videos. Okay. Starting off with that second video, go to the end, 11 videos, give you an idea about the capabilities of the program. Because I saw your question, I mean, yeah, it's like a buffet. How do you narrow the search? Well, that's what we do. Again, that relative volume filter is a huge, huge filter to use because then it'll be you only see the really stock trading really abnormally. Now, you know what? It's funny. I did not add it in here. Did not add it in here. It's possible I will again. The reason I didn't add it is because then I can use it in the pre-market. But I suppose when the market opens, I could add it. Guys, you might want to keep an eye on this Harmony. I mean, this was beaten up for the last few days, but it is trying to come back now. HRMY, it is above yesterday's high. Obviously, it has a ton of room. The 200-day moving average is at 34. So, I mean, it's got $5 to that. I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course, but I mean, it's over the whole number, riding the wave right now, riding the wave on the 5, riding the wave on the 2, over the whole number. We're actually going to be changing the name from Trade Wave to Wave Rider. I like that. It's because that's what we're doing. We're riding the wave. This was another tremendous short from the AI that I didn't see it earlier because it didn't hit a reentry, but it went straight down basically. There's a CECO. Is this an earnings play? Probably an earnings play. Yeah, another earnings play. CECO. Right from the beginning, straight down, a little jog up, and now it's kind of basing a little bit. From the AI alert, it's a 10% move at the current price, 62.38, and it got down a little before it pulled up at all. I mean, it got down to 61.38, so that is a tremendous move. Yeah, the AI, it's interesting. Even when the market is up 5 points today, the best AI alerts have been on the short side. And these are all earnings plays. XMTR, CECO, FULC, these are all earnings plays. Even the KNSA, probably an earnings play. Interesting, isn't it? The market's up. Yeah, another earnings play. Well, guys, I'm definitely, I'd be a lot more interested if the spread was a little better. I wish if that spread catches, if the bid catches up to the ask a little bit, HRMY. I mean, it looks pretty good to me. I mean, it's obviously it's over the whole number. It's been running. I get it, but I mean, look at people are looking at this. I'm sure saying, well, it's got room, $5 to the next high. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there. Is there really? Wave Rider trading site. Okay, well, hopefully that doesn't infringe on anything. Hmm. What is the link for that? Just give me a moment. Got it. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I'm and a couple other things here. So now take a look at the sectors. So now most of them are positive. We still have gold and silver are still negative. Gold and silver are still negative. XLE and healthcare. Financials mildly positive. Because I did see, yes, it's interesting. We've seen a couple of the silver plays anyway. I saw SVM. SVM was actually doing very well, as well as HYMC. Yeah, look at this. Look at this one. It's not an earnings play. So, just because, so this is definitely running counter to the sector. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, thank you. Well, when you say it's not us, Mark. No, no, no. We're changing our name from TradeWave to I guess I don't know, we're infringing on something to Wave Rider, but hopefully we're not going to be I don't know. I don't know if we're going to be infringing on that one. Also, I don't know. It's so no, no, it's nothing to do with nothing to do with us. No, I'm Barry. No, you're Barry. All right, so there's the ETFs. So yeah, ETFs still been yeah, super well. A lot of volume. Look at the volume just came in. Kind of like this, guys. You see you see what happens when you get these alerts. You usually get a volume burst attached to it. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Look at that, another volume burst. NTLA volume burst, high of the day. Volume burst, high of the day. All right, so Harmony had a little pullback underneath 29. I'm going to put a price alert for it to see if it comes back. It doesn't look good now. No, it doesn't look very good now. I mean, that's a too big, probably too big a drop underneath 29 now. Unit, what's happening with unit? These are not just on the upside, guys. So unit on the downside, anything in red is a new low. Unit, not an earnings play. What do they do? Real estate investment. So it's a REIT. Okay. Unit owns your fiber provider, really, as a REIT. Okay. Happy? Unhappy? Oh, really? Okay. All right, guys. What time is it now? 1:11. So I'm going to go over my homepage one last time today. All right. Harmony back at the 29 level. All right. So clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So how you can take it a subscription, of course, right at the very top. You can use my promo code Barry15. That'll get you 15% off, 15% off, first month only, or the entire year of a TradeEdge subscription. Doesn't matter whether you choose our standard or our premium service. All I ask, please use my code if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future. Helps to keep the rooms free. I moderate a YouTube room, and for those of you in YouTube, the trading room. Okay, so this is a lot more active, this room. It's also open early at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time by the tomorrow birthday boy, Obi. See, I let the cat out of the bag there for you, Obi. 6:45, thank you, in the morning. And William usually keeps the room open after I leave. Today is no exception. Tomorrow will be an exception. But today at 3:45-ish. So when I leave, I usually leave sometime between 2 and 2:30. Oh, you can come into this room, okay? If you're, you can stay in YouTube if you want, but there's a lot more activity in this room. And if you do take out a subscription to Trade ID, oh, before I do that, Steve Gomez, he's the originator of the Trades of the Week. So he's the originator of the Trades of the Week. So he was in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. And so you can sign up for it right here. Okay. They're free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And education, first thing to do, if you do take out a subscription, mandatory, getting started with Trade Ideas. If you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about the product, start off with that second video. There are only 12, 12 total, 11 if you just start off the second one here. That should give you an idea about whether or not you'd like to try us for at least a month. Okay, the monthly subscriptions are just month to month. You can unsubscribe at any time. Ooh, Harmony. Yeah, the spread got bad. Look good, 28.97, but a 20-cent spread, not interested. If you're new to trading, back to basics. This is for you if you're new to trading, all free. 15 videos for those of you who are new or relatively new to trading. Last, looking for my scans, you click on my homepage link, scroll down, and here they are. So now this is what you can see, the large cap gainers and the movers to the upside versus the movers to the downside. If you want the volatile race, I still have it. I'm just not displaying it. And the pre-market actives up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. Paulson resumes right here, pretty active today. Other scans that I'm currently sharing are here. If you have any questions about them, feel free to ask. You know, VIR, big disappointment. Not didn't lose anything on it. I just really thought that with all those analysts piling in, earnings play seem to have good news about their drug. About 5 or 6 different analysts putting some pretty big price targets on it. Have to watch it tomorrow. You know, basically have to watch it tomorrow. Maybe it's up 24%, but low of the day right now. I'm only disappointed because I thought it had a lot of potential. That's all. All right, guys. Well, questions? Any questions right now? Semis are still the top sector. SMH top sector, followed by all services, and yet and yet XLE is negative. Not much, but it is negative. How is BNAI doing? Well, I know how it's doing. I have it thumbnailed, but let's see what it's really looking like. So there's the high of the day. I mean, not that far from the high of the day, guys. If it takes out that high of the day, this could be one that has a little rip into the close. It still has some room on the weekly chart and the daily chart. Yeah, 30.70 on the daily chart. So that is the next high. So that's certainly far enough away, $3 away. I mean, if it rips through that high, which is not that far away, 27.37, anything could happen. Well, HRMY, I mean, the spread's only a dime now, 29.11, 29.21. Wow, speaking of, so now that's in William Scan, the VIR on the way down. Very strange. I think it'll be very interesting to watch this one tomorrow. Maybe, it's just pulling back. Well, obviously it's pulling back. But just to watch it tomorrow, VIR. It's going to be definitely on my watch list. I'll have a thumbnail, so I'll see it early in the morning. All right, guys. Well, hey, there's the BNAI right at the high now, right at the high. I'm sorry. This must have hit 28 earlier. I didn't realize that. I thought that would have been the high. I guess, oh, I see where yeah, I forgot. This hit 28 up here, of course. All right, I'm just really, really watching that. The GME BBBY news, how would that work? I don't know. What's the news? All I know is BBBY had earnings today, and for whatever reason, it is up. So this is what you're talking about. Okay, Michael Burry posts on X that Ryan has GME buy any version. Oh, he is out. Oh, I see. Remember what he said is Ryan, he's the CEO. I don't know, 3 weeks ago, a month ago, he said that GME was going to buy something was going to be historical and got everybody excited, including me. I even, I didn't do too badly on it. Excited just because of the news, not because but right here, it must have been this day right here. It might have been here even. I can't remember now when he came out with that news, but with that press release, a very, very highly promotional press release. And Michael Burry was very bullish on it, but I guess he's saying that if they're looking to buy BBBY, he's out. But he was very bullish on it. I guess you tried to buy the pop on VIR, William. I guess that's what happened. Oh yeah, right at 9:03. Okay. Well, guys, I'm not seeing too much right now. Portillo's, okay, PLTO, earnings play, another earnings play. Still a lot of earnings plays, just more obscure type companies. I mean, Portillo's not known by anybody, but okay, guys. I wish this hadn't happened earlier with OIS. I wish it had been sort of basing and then taking a little pop. OIS though is, I mean, it's an earnings play from yesterday, a continuate, actually earnings play from 2 days ago. So that's Friday. So a continuation today, yesterday and today. And that's OIS, Oil States International. And just as I'm talking about it, it just took a pop. Give me a moment. Yeah, okay, another earnings play, guys. And it's sort of basing a little bit. HLX, it's just sort of basing a little bit. Little blue, little orange, then blue. Direction kind of unknown right now, but it is an earnings play, HLX. Oops. All right, guys, just kind of waiting on this BNAI. Maybe if it takes out these highs right here, it could. There's the high of the day, 28. Don't necessarily have to wait for that, but we've had a nice little run here. That little tail here, though. I mean, that went from 27 down to 26, 27. So that's not a confidence booster when you see something like that. Didn't really see this all day, but this odd is making another new low of the day. This is a earnings play, Israeli company earnings play. That's ODD. I point these out because some of you might look at this. Oh, maybe it's going to bounce. If I found a little base, something. I mean, look left. Lots. Looks like there's decent. Well, that's about $1 away though. These three daily bar or 3 daily candles lows right around 27, say 50. So that's about $1 away. Rhyme is another one, guys, from our AI that if you had waited for the reentry, which was at 231, would have been not a bad wait. Now, do they all work? No. So let's take a look at, right now anyway. So there's the reentry for LRMR, 392. It's at 370 now, so that's obviously below. I don't know if it ever got above 392. 886 on the short for AHCO. Yeah, I mean, it's down a little bit. 368 up a little bit. But these ones, I mean, are awesome. I mean, this XMTR. And now Rhyme, 231 at 253 now, just waiting for just wait for the re-entries. Talking about the Zeta before, yeah, Zeta's still making another new high. ZETA. Another earnings play, yeah, another earnings play. There's still a lot of earnings plays. CR, okay, Todd, let's take a look at that one. CRML, the critical metals. Well, I guess you're playing the VWAP break, aren't you? Well, you're playing the VWAP break and also looking left. There's plenty of room. Next high is 1162. So yeah, you've got some room. And let's see if it holds that VWAP break. Just a minute, guys. Well, the volume, I mean, it's low. Are you talking about the CRML? I mean, it's low volume in terms of the relative volume, but it's still, good volume, 11 million. And the volume, it hasn't completely gone disappeared. I'm just looking at the volume bars here, volume bars here. But let's see. BNAI, guys. Boy, oh boy, this has that look. But again, I just wish that hadn't happened. That big bar that pierced. Okay, guys. Again, This is really, yeah, it's getting interesting to me anyway. I mean, the spread is tightened up for the BNAI. It is tightened up 45.58 for that stock. That's not bad at all. The wave is moving higher, but do we get a rug pull? It's interesting when you look at this weekly chart. Look at this weekly chart for BNAI. Look at the volume that came in here on that week, and that was like a high of 425, a low of 177. That's well before the big jump. That was a massive amount of volume. Yeah, I think somebody knew something. I mean, seriously, the volume there was 258 million shares. It moved it a little bit, and then it did nothing for the next couple of days, and then all of a sudden, but the volume was nowhere near that. So a lot of accumulation right down here for BNAI. Because can you imagine if they had that volume today? So you guys been playing Intel all day, INTC. Well, maybe not all day, but a little pullback here, but still pretty strong. Mamma Mia. Okay, MAMA, Mama's Pizza or Mama's Creations. Okay, Mama's Creations, not an earnings play. Don't see this one too often. Not a lot of volume, but it is moving also on some volume. MAMA, all-time high. Hey, all-time high for Mama. Distribution of beef meatballs with sauce, turkey meatballs with sauce, beet meatloaf, sausage, and wow, getting hungry. Boy, guys, I mean, this is still basing. HLX earnings play is still basing, consolidating. You get some volume coming in. It might pop it up or down. We don't know. See, the interesting thing to me in this crawl is you see a green, and then you see this, one red one just standing out, and you wonder, okay, this is an earnings play. We talked about this one probably about 50 cents ago. Okay, Portillo's PTLO, or it could be the reverse. You could see a sea of red and then one green one. Boy, as being AI guys, it's so close to taking out that high. Again, this could be one of it's not well, it is a low float. I shouldn't say that. It is a low float. Normally it's the cheaper ones that we see potentially doing this, having a late day run, but that is a low float, so very possible. Okay, guys. Well, I may only have about 20 minutes left. So if you have any questions, good time to ask. Again, I can always say later if there are questions. Well, it's getting very jumpy at this high, guys. It's getting very, very jumpy. Oh, William, man, oh man, you are quick today. Excuse me. Well, this is a great momentum right here. What scanner? I mean, I've got several scanners. How to do stuff. This is in our YouTube room, so I actually have one called Momentum. Okay, but this is definitely a momentum scanner also. But let me, because normally when you see the alerts, there's a volume burst. If you can see what I'm pointing out right here, AVXL. See the volume bursts. These are momentum. There's stocks making new highs on volume. But I do have something that is literally called a momentum scanner. If you want it. So click on my homepage link, scroll down a bit, and when you get to that scan section, here we are, momentum. So you can take a look at this. Okay. Now, when I say recommend, this is what I have used. You can always modify things to the price range you like, volume that you like. Okay. So you can take a look at that. But I mean, this one this other one here, the movers to the upside, downside versus downside. I mean, these are basically all momentum, because there's a momentum component in here in terms of the volume. Again, typically when we get the alert, typically there should be a little. You should see some. Yeah, you should look. I mean, look at the volume burst right here. Okay. Now, does it mean everything you get here is tradable for your trading style? Not necessarily, of course, but at least what you're going to see are stocks that are moving on momentum, if that's what you're looking for. Okay. Talking to how to do stuff in our YouTube room. Whoa, mama. Boy, mama, 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 mama. It really popped. Look at that momentum coming in. Yeah, so I don't have anything specifically like that, but I mean, here is, if you look at some of these ones in the large cap stocks, they're not necessarily all to high. They could have been pulling back into an area. Okay, not IBRX. Actually, I'm wrong. In this one, these are stocks near the high of the day. My other race, though, that I don't have up and running right now, the other race, those are, well, very abnormally traded stocks, abnormally in terms of volume, that could be pulling back into an area that you like. Now, when you say pull back to the 9, are you talking about the 9 EMA or 9 SMA or? So we don't have a scan for the EMAs at all. Okay, I mean, you could put the 9 EMA on your chart, but we do not have a scan for EMAs. As crazy as that might sound, we have a lot of SMAs, but no EMAs. Not scans. So you can put the 9 EMA on your chart. So if you clicked on a symbol and it was pulling into the 9 EMA, okay. Steve Gomez, who was, let me see if I still have that. I know, Pepe, you probably have it. Steve has, I think it's called Jam. Let me see. Yeah, Jam down by to the 10 SMA. Okay. So it's not the 9 EMA, but this is something that is when you get the alert. So I don't have, now I don't have the 10. I do not have the, so what would happen here if I had the on a 15-minute chart, it has to be on a 15-minute chart. So if I had the 10 SMA, which I do not have, but if I had the 10 SMA in my 15-minute chart, that would have pulled into it as an example. Okay. So if you can approximate, whatever you think the 9 EMA could be approximately the 10, I mean, I don't know. Okay. But you can approximate maybe at the 10 SMA. So this is a stock that is pulled back. And if I had the 10 SMA on my chart, it would have pulled back right into it at 943. I'm sorry, at 5169. So it'll be a little bit below it. Almost looks, I talked to Steve earlier, not today, but I think last week. A lot of his pullbacks seem to be like at the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. A lot of them seem to be right around the VWAP. Anyway, in the area. So today the nukes are strong, guys. Here's the uranium and nuclear energy ETF NLR. So the nukes are kind of strong today, but let's take a look at OKLO. It must be up today. Must be. Yeah, it's up today. But I mean, look how bad they have performed. I mean, just looking at OKLO, but SMR, NNE, my goodness, $117 down to 63. Oh, yeah, I can help you easily with that. So when you say six or more stocks, you mean you want to have six charts with, so is that what you mean? You want to have, like I've got here, you want to have six charts or stocks that you want to monitor on each chart, like on a chart? Okay, simple. So watch, you see, here's my SPY chart. That's on my other monitor. When I click on a symbol, TIMB, notice all these are changing. That's because I want them to, but the SPY doesn't. Okay. So I think all you have to do, pretty simple, just go to your chart, right click, and where it says properties, see where it says symbol linking, uncheck the symbol linking. Okay, that's why it's unchecked. It's unchecked here, whereas it is checked here. Symbol linking is checked here because that's what I want. So I think all you have to do is, so create your six charts. Now you have a maximum of 10 with our standard service, and you can have 20 with our premium service. So that's up to you, but you can certainly create six charts independent of whatever you click on. Does that make sense? Just have to, again, right click on your chart, go to properties, and then symbol linking, just uncheck it. And don't forget to save your work, don't forget to save. So when you exit trade ideas, at the very, very least, click on file, exit, and it's going to ask you, do you want to load this layout the next time you load trade ideas? If you say yes, then everything you've done will be saved. Okay, that's at the very least. I mean, it's not nuclear. Nuclear, yes, not nuclear. It's hard. It's a hard word to say. Nuclear. Nuclear year. But it's not easy, especially at the end of the day. All right, guys, 154. So we're getting close. No, even fuel cell. How's that NCNO doing? Again, a little volume burst, a little bit of a volume burst you can see on the 2 minute. Give me a moment, guys. Shoot! Didn't get my fill. Did not get my fill on the BNAI. We'll see if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Waited so long. I was going to take it right here at that 90 mark, and then I even chased it a little bit to 28.10. Couldn't get it. Oh man, it looks like it's going to rip now. Well, there'll be another one someday, or not someday, tomorrow. And you can see BNI right there, BNAI right there, and look at the volume pop. I mean, just look, see the volume that came in. I mean, that's what popped it. Nothing worse than taking something breaking out and you take it and then you look later and say, oh, there's no volume on that breakout. Doesn't absolutely 100% of the time mean that just because you get big volume that it's going to continue the breakout, but almost for sure if there's no volume and you get this, you can get a real false breakout. Another beautiful wave for the CLAR guys, KLAR. Look at that beautiful wave on the 2 minute. Pretty narrow, narrow. All right, guys, 158. So getting close to when I may start leaving. So if you have any questions, Ahmed, you always seem to show up just when I'm going to leave, around that time. But hello. Ah, man, BNAI. Ah, it looks like, let's see how close. Well, not in it, unfortunately, but let's see how close it's going to get to that high of 30. Wow, look at that. What a rug pull, though. Okay, what did it get up to? Got 28.75, pulled back down, like dropped the dollar just like that. But it's right back up. Not easy. Keep an eye on Mama, guys. I mean, this is an all-time high. Well, technically not an all-time high. That's the all-time high up here. Holding over 17. This is not an earnings play. I don't know why it's moving like it is, but it's an all-time high. It's not it's not an earnings play. I don't know when they have earnings, but unless they snuck it in and we didn't know, I don't think so. And this is again an all-time high. Look at that! Look at that stock composite rating, 99. Don't talk about this very much, but probably should every now and then. It's a proprietary filter that we've got, which, excuse me, takes into account fundamentals and technicals. Strong fundamentals, strong technicals will give you a high score. 100 would be the tops. So 99 is pretty darn good. So I guess fundamentally they're sound, and certainly, well, obviously technically they're at an all-time high. As opposed to, so here's the stock composite rating for HRMY. Okay, 53. The lowest we go down to is 40, but so 53. Oh, I see. What I did was I put these are the so these are weak stocks as an example. Weak stocks. Stock composite rating is no more than 50. You can see right there. I've ranked them. So if you scroll down, NNE. Look at that. I mean, NNE, one of the big nukes. Doesn't mean that it can't be having a good day, but a 43 score. The lowest I think is 40. If I went the other way, actually, let's put a minimum of 70. and then sort. So these are going to be strong stocks, okay, in theory. I got an 89 at the top here. Well, wait a minute. I better sort on it better. There we go. So there's Mama right at the top here. So these stocks are strong fundamentals and strong technicals. These are, almost, and there's the Mama right there. So if you're looking, to swing trade, or you might want to incorporate this composite stock rating into your scan. If you want to find like really strong stocks. But on the other hand, if you want to find weak stocks that might be starting to move. So this is what I did again. So put a maximum of 50, because 40 is the low. In other words, they can't go to zero. The other one can go to 100, but this one cannot. For whatever reason, cannot go to zero. So rank them. What would be more interesting to me is seeing a relatively expensive one down, or some stock that you're kind of familiar with. Anyway, just a thought. Any thoughts on the bottom for SanDisk given Citron short selling? Okay, I don't know. Let's take a look. Citron Research short SanDisk claims the NAND cycle is peaking. Okay, well, that's what they say. Cited Western Digital selling 25% of its stake below the current prices as a warning sign. Okay, yeah, I guess that's interesting. I didn't know that. But I mean, SanDisk is still a strong stock. I mean, it's still up in the upper end. I mean, 85% is pulling back now. But any thoughts on a bottom? Well, boy, it's expensive. Looks like the next low on a daily chart is 590. Nope, 615. So there was a low 2 days. I'm not saying that's going to hold it, but 615 is the next low. You would hope if you're, 575. I mean, you would hope that might hold it. Just because Citron says that, though, it's a darn good move. A lot of times you see these short sellers come out and you see an initial pop down and then, some kind of a recovery. Not in this case. Really, because I mean, again, and we're just talking about the stock composite of 91. That would mean, in theory, that the fundamentals are strong and the technicals are strong. Now, this is before this. I don't think this gets adjusted during the day. I don't think it does. I can't remember, but I don't think it does. Well, it's certainly, I mean, there's a little bounce on it. I know you took advantage of the bounce. You took advantage of that. It's got to be an ETF for this one, right? It's got to be. Or what that one would be. Boy, guys, I mean, this Portillo has just been. I remember when I first mentioned it. I think it was around. I want to say around just underneath the sixth break. So now down to 527. Great percentage move down. Didn't take it. Here's a pop here for this Resolute, guys. RZLT. Big pop. Will it maintain? Will it maintain? Thank you, William. NSCSNXX. Okay. Big pop here. Look at this. I mean, look at the room it's got. Oh, man. If it ever really got going again. There's the 200-day 590. And that's for the RZLT. All right, guys. I'm not seeing too many more questions, so I think I'll probably start the operation of leaving. So my screen will still be displayed even when I go. It'll be displayed until 3:45. That's when William will shut down the room. Okay. So you'll be able to see this scroll, and of course, you'll see the action in the race. For those of you in YouTube, we'll put the trading room link in to the main room, so you can head over there if you want. It'll be open for another about an hour and a half. So if you click on my homepage link, which I put in the YouTube room, click on the homepage link. And here we are, trading room. Okay, more info, trading room. So that is the free room also, and it'll be open till 3:45. Also, this room is open at 6:45 in the morning by Obi. He'll open it up tomorrow at 6:45, assuming he gets out of bed. And I'll get on the mic for both rooms at around 9 o'clock. Okay, guys. So I'm going to shut down YouTube right now. So we'll see you guys tomorrow.